Forgot you weren't streaming yesterday, but I have a funny story. I dropped my banana next to my car on my way to work. I was thinking of Hitman and the dude slipped. God, the bananas are actually super good. I'm like surprised. Anyway, yes. I wasn't streaming yesterday because I was getting a shot, which is also why today is going to be a very odd stream for me, because I am not in like top shape physically. I was up until about 5 a.m. with pounding headaches, and I eventually got to sleep, but I'm like very much in a weird state. So, yes, I am going to be streaming. Probably, ideally, not for too long. Yeah, I got the COVID shot. It really did a number on me. I'm basically fine now, but I'm still suffering the after effects of last night. It feels like I'm hungover. Also, shout out to
a new follower.
GoPD325. I got the Johnson & Johnson one shot. Yes, anyway, shout out to GoPD45 for following earlier today. Like, way earlier today. Alright. So, let's hop on into the old Wrath of the Righteous. I got a lot of work to take care of in there. Let's see. Yeah, it's not as bad as it could have been, but yeah, it really did a number on me last night. There we go. So yeah, anyway, plan for today. Oh, whoops. Hold on a second, I forgot to do a thing. There's a lot of... Yeah, I should be fine after, like, another night of just regular sleep. It's mostly... God, I accidentally pressed the exit button. But yeah, it was mostly just, like, spending last night between consciousness and unconsciousness, waking up because I could feel the vaccine trying to get into my brain. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. I could feel the stuff trying to get into my brain to, like, make antibodies, and it was an unpleasant experience. On the bright side, I'm more or less fine apart from that. Like, some muscle stiffness in my arm, but... yeah, whatever. Anyway, yes, so... plan for today in Wrath is twofold. First. Yeah, I guess that's an option too. Yes, first thing I gotta do is I gotta do a lot of optimization and fixing up my characters and party. Unfortunately, I'm still missing both Sela and Woljif. So I am missing a paladin in Wrath of the Righteous, which is very unfortunate. And I'm also missing my skill monkey / big melee damage sneak attack man. I imagine I could probably find Woljif someplace, but for the moment he's missing. As for everyone else, I need to figure out what is the best party composition I can put together. Charisma damage, great.
Time becomes distance.
See, like, there's Ember, there's Social, One-Eyed Devil. What's One-Eyed Devil? A short, chubby tiefling with a golden eye patch spits chewing tobacco between his feet and takes another pinch from a fine tobacco box adorned with jewels. A fine day to you, Commander. Welcome to the One-Eyed Devil's trading house. His proud manner suggests that each word begins with an illuminated initial and continues in rare hand. Show me your wares. Blood Boiler. Whenever the wielder of this +3 Flaming Burst longsword kills an enemy, its corpse explodes, dealing 2d6 fire damage to all enemies in a 15-foot area. That's pretty good. Okay, oh my god, +6 belt constitution! 70 grand, though. I'm halfway to being able to afford it. Ooh, bag of holding. 25 grand. Alright, so this is your bigger item purchase person, I suppose. Alright, so that's this. There's the tavern, jewelry artisan, inn, prison. Prison? Anyone in the prison? Camellia is over there. Textile trader, jewelry, Wilser Garms. Exotic weapons provider, the blacksmith, and the citadel. I'm going to have to stop over by the blacksmith next, I think. See anything around here? No. In fact, I can't even enter this room anymore. Curious. Curious. Okay. Blacksmith. Let's see what you have for sale, shall we? There he is. Just normal cold stuff, and then a couple of higher tier weapons. Just very few, though. What I really wish the game had was some way to, like, either upgrade your weapons or craft your weapons yourself. Oh, I didn't even notice he's part of the party. Okay. Alright, head over to the Citadel for now, then. I'm gonna have to fish out all my magic gear and see what goes where, or what can go where. Okay, where's my room again? My room was over this way, right? Yes. Personal chest. And there's the closet with the gods inside of it. Okay, so we have quite a bit of stuff in here. We got full plate. We've got Carapace, which is a +2 Mithril full plate. Reflex saving throw, suffer 1d3 damage to strength. God damn. Is that what Staunton was wearing? That might be what Staunton was wearing, which explains why I was taking strength damage. Cold Iron Longswords, Herald of Pain. Whenever the wielder of this +2 Cold Iron Dueling Sword confirms a critical hit with it, the target becomes sickened for 1d4 rounds. Radiance. Okay, well, there's Radiance. It's in my box. Great Axe, Hand Axe, Great Axe, Hand Axe, Masterwork Great Axe, Headcracker. Fortitude save becomes stunned. Hand Axe, Edge of Force. Cast a spell with a Force Scripture. It deals additionally 2 force damage per die rolled. Demonic Hunger. Whenever the wielder of this +3 adamantine glaive... Why is this the +4? Oh, because it's +3 with an enchantment. Let's see. Adamantine glaive kills the target with it. It summons a demon until the end of the fight. Only one demon can be summoned per fight. If the demon was already summoned, every subsequent kill heals it for 1d8 plus 5 HP. And gives it a stacking +1 bonus on attack rolls. Weapon cannot be wielded by lawful good characters. Well, conveniently, the only person I'd give it to is not lawful good. I think he's chaotic good. Belt of Dex +2. +4 bonus on saving throws. Amulet of Mighty Fists, +2 and +1. Magician's Ring. Mighty Constitution, +2. Cloak of Cleansing, Cloak of Resistance. Clear Purpose. Ring of Protection. Use a Hex. Its DC is increased by 1. That's pretty good. I should give that to Ember. That would be good on Social. Cloak Resistance +1. Or Darren, I suppose. Shield of Magical Retribution. Okay, so let's figure out my party first, right? You are a... What are you? You are a... I'm gonna guess you're a 2-weapon ranger. Slayer! Okay, 2-weapon Slayer. Ooh, Lan, you are in bad shape right now. Oof. Zen Archer Monk. Ember is hanging out. Strength damage. Social's there. Ninyo's there. Regel's there. Camellia is there. She uses a rapier. Darren uses that. Okay, so I have to take... So these two are going to be part of the party. Regardless, because I'm going to have to deal with the dragon, right? So we're going to have a Slayer. Dual weapon Slayer. Front line. Land back line, so that's half of my party taken care of. So then I'll probably want a healer, another front line, and a back and a support. So let's go with Greybore, Regil, Lan, Ember, and Darren. Okay, you get these here. So you're an Oracle. That'd be good. Restoration probably would be good for you. Excellent. Oh, wait. Oh, level 9. Whoops. I haven't leveled him up for a bit. Right. Overshot, Shield Bash, Throw Anything, Weapon Finesse, Weapon Focus. Extra channel? No, that seems a little weak. Combat casting, arcane armor training, alertness, dodge. How about... Oh, you got high persuasion? Persuasive might be a good idea. Get a +2 bonus on all persuasion checks. If you have 10 more ranks on one of the skills, the bonus increases +4. Okay. And then... How about dismissal? Yeah, dismissal seems good. Because we're going to be dealing with outsiders. Resist energy communal. Contagion, blindness, Archon's aura, animate dead. Second level spell, Arrow of Law, bears endurance, pulls strength, delay poison, effortless armor, find traps, grace, sells wisdom. Summon small elemental banger, bone shaker. Blessing of courage and life. Let's go with bull strength. Don't have Eagle Splendor, right? Yeah, no. So bull strength will work there, I think. Okay. So I'm gonna equip myself first here. I've got my crossbow of judgment. +2 Crevi crossbow's critical range reduced to 20 whenever it threatens a critical hit against an evil or chaotic creature is automatically confirmed. Cool. I don't really have much armor I can wear. I've got the chain shirt, which is covering that. Belt of physical might, strength and constitution. Presser's gloves, +2 bonus to persuasion skill checks made to intimidate. Addition confirms a crit. The enemy suffers a -2 penalty on saving throws against mind-affecting conditions. I could probably get a better glove. Let's see. Storyteller's Ring, +1 luck bonus on all saving throws against fire-based effects. Oh, I already had a Ring of Protection. Lucky Bracers. Gluck Resistance +2. Inspired Wisdom. I feel like that should be given to somebody else, though. You know what? Let's just pull all this junk out of my box. Just pull all the junk out. It's probably telling me I'm overburdened, but whatever. Also, while I'm here. Let's see. Ascendant Element, Ascendant Summons, Beneficial Curse, Best Jokes, Brutality Incarnate. Every time you damage an ally. What? Rupture Restraints, Second Mystery, the bigger they are. I took Boundless Healing, yeah, okay. Bigger they are, Unstoppable Magic Nullification. Let's go with Magic Nullification. Because having that will be very useful since he's the healer. And let's see, Camellia, while I'm here, might as well upgrade her too. Spear Hunter 7. Wait, she has trickery? Oh, I guess I should be bringing her along, huh? Okay, I got hexes, healing, secret, protective luck. Do I have cackle? Do I already have cackle? Does she not even get cackle? Seems like she doesn't get cackle. This reduces conditions. Reduces cloud effects. Battlemaster, extra attack for Artuni each round. At 8th level, the Shaman's weapon specialization in a weapon of her choice is a bonus feat. That's not bad, actually. She'll get weapon specialization for rapiers right now. Yeah, she has weapon focus, so I can get her weapon specialization. Yeah, I think I'll go for the Battle Master out of those. Fortune, Fury, Misfortune, Hex. Okay, so this is the cackle for her. So let's go with Battle Master. Weapon specialization. Rapier. +2 bonus on damage rolls you make using the selected weapon. Alright, next up, Spirit Hunter. Feats. Point blank shot, rapid shots, skill focus. How about outflank? Because if I have outflank on a bunch of these people, I might as well get it on, like, all of them. Where applicable. Alright, you are gonna go with... What do you have? I don't even know what you actually have. Do you not... Oh, I picked up second spirit last time. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna take... I'm gonna take Magic Nullification again. Just because it's too useful. Magic Nullification is far too useful to never pick. Like... Especially with how the enemies in this game just love paralyzing you or throwing fireballs or whatever. Just being able to just completely no-sell that is amazing. God, I really just gotta spend some time and recover all these people at this stage. Okay. What does your mythic stuff have? Rupture Restraints and Defensive Study. Okay. What? Those aren't the same kind of bonus. Okay, so I've got all this junk now. We have an Amulet of Agile Fists, completely useless. Ring of Protection, already have it. Mighty Constitution. Not bad. Inspired Wisdom, I can find someone else. Oppressor's Gloves. Storyteller's Ring. Cloak of Resistance +1. Resistance +1. Phylactery of Positive Channeling. Amulet of Blackened Mirror. Ring of Protection +2. Amulet of Mighty Fists. Magician's Ring. UMD and Illusion. Belt of Mighty Constitution +2. Cloak of Resistance +1. Cloak of Cleansing. Cloak of Resistance +2. Also gives saving throw against compulsion and disease. Clear Purpose. Bracers allow their wearer to cast healing spells without provoking attacks of opportunity. That's handy. Amulet of Mighty Fists. Cloak of Resistance +1. Magician's Ring. Herbal Ring. And Incredible Dexterity. So let's just pop that on there. That'll do. Alright, Darren. Arenday Family Ring. The ring engraved with the letters D and A clearly belonging to Darren Count Arenday. Scratch and chips can be seen in a few places on the ring's surface. Its owner had evidently not treated this expensive piece of jewelry with particular care. Alright, we got an amulet of natural armor +1. Let's get a ring of protection on you. Clear purpose. Light crossbow of Oracle's Misery. Whenever this +2 light crossbow confirms a critical hit, the wielder is, if wielded by an oracle, the target must pass a will saving throw or suffer from the same effect as the oracle's curse gave on level 1. Alright, let's give you those. And you can get a Cloak of Resistance. Will actually be positive channeling. Cloak of Resistance. Yeah. Let's go with this. Cloak Resistance +2 for that. Actually, does that even matter? You don't have spells aren't going to affect you anymore. Here's Dexterity. Well, yeah, no. Let me take that Dexterity off of you. Actually, Magician's Ring. All right, you are going to get the Belt of Dexterity. Bone Amulet, Crypt Raider's Armor, +1 Scale Mail. I'm going to have to see if I have any weapons I can slot in there. Okay, let's give you Cloak Resistance. Mighty Fists. Wisdom is not really useful for you. Whatever, just take that +1 versus fire. You don't cast Illusion. That would go on Nenyo, if anything. Okay, Amulet of Agile Fists. Ring of Protection +1. Okay, weapons. Do we have anything that'll be better than this? We have got a +1 Cold Iron Rapier and a +1 Buckler. Let's see, we've got... Do you want to have any other rapiers at all? Quick Death, got a Javelin. Cold Iron Longsword, Herald of Pain. Type. Cold Iron Dagger. Bastard Sword of Hope. Masterwork like crossbows. I'm not seeing any rapiers on my inventory here. It looks like I only have the one Cold Iron. Don't even have any, oh wait, I do, maybe. Shield of Magical Retribution. Whenever an enemy hits the wielder of this +2 light shield with any touch attack, melee range, the enemy suffers 2d6 force damage. Unfortunately, she can't use that, so she's stuck with the +1 buckler and the +1 rapier, unfortunately. Alright, let's see, Darren, you had that crossbow. You got anything here for a crossbow I can use? No? Okay. Alright, Reginald, you got a Ring of Protection. I can give you a Cloak Resistance. You're going to need it. Amulet of Natural Armor. Mighty Fists. Mighty Constitution. That's probably good for you. What is this? Okay, so it's just a non-stacking bonus. It's not stacking with anything, though. I don't know why you're telling me this. Okay. Full plate. 10 armor. 12? Oh, actually, Carapace is better than this, isn't it? Yeah, Carapace is better. Well... Okay, so the Adamantine... Adamantine will take the, it does give me the DR, but this has a slightly higher armor class and also has the deal damage back to them effect, which is pretty good. Alright, Nenyo. Let's give you a Cloak of Resistance, just one of those. I really don't have a lot for you. You're a wizard. Oh, actually, let me give this to you, Ember. I want Blackened Mirror. And you are Charisma based. See, Braces of Armor. Might as well give you this. Just in case you decide to punch something. Inspired Wisdom. Incredible Dexterity +4. Mighty Constitution +2. Giant Strength +4. Let's give you this, because why not? And 2 Amulets of Mighty Fist, which are really not useful for anybody that I have. Helmet of Scrotcha. Okay, this is worse than what I have. Both of these are. Okay, you have Breastplate +2. That's not bad. Darren, what can you use? You can use this Chainmail Camaraderie. Oh! Whenever the wielder of this +3 Mithril Chainmail flanks an enemy, the wearer gets a +2 bonus to damage against flank creatures. Oh my, okay. Let's see, this is max dexterity 4. So this is a straight upgrade, because it's Mithril. This is a significant upgrade. It has better dex, too. Like, actually, let me... What's your AC right now? What is your AC? Martial... Class... Shaman abilities, summary... Beats... Ability... Armor class 28. Would her armor class... Okay, she has a +6 dex. This armor is a +4, so it'd be 2. No, okay, I'm still getting a better armor. Yeah, I got nothing for Nenyo. Nenyo is just gonna sit there and, like, cast spells on occasion. That's what wizards do. But, like, I got nothing that can go on a wizard. Which is normal, because wizards don't usually get equipment. Until I finally get, like, a belt of incredible, or vast intelligence or something. So shield magical retribution. This would be useful on Regil, I guess. +2. No, that's worse. Okay. Regil, you've got your Carapace, which is higher than any other armor I currently have. Okay, you are currently have this Armor of Dispersion. Every time an enemy confirms a critical hit against the wearer of this +2 hide armor, the enemy is affected by the equivalent of the Dispel magic spell. Okay. Can I put you in something better? 5. 8. Breastplate +2. It's not much better, is it? Like, if there was an option somewhere to craft your own armor, or even, like, commission your own armor, just, like, pay it and then you do a couple quests and come back and it's ready, that would make things a lot easier, because then I could go, like, okay, for Camellia, you are going to get a +5 defending rapier. Or, if I had Rebuild available, I would change her over to a dueling sword and +5 dueling sword, and then I could build her like my my absurd, like, 70 AC duelist character. And then she would just sit there and never ever be hit ever again. And because she has magic nullification, she would also be unaffected by spells. So she could just sit there and tank everything forever. I think this is just about everything I can do with the stuff I currently have. I really don't have a lot of stuff I can give to you. Alright. dump the rest of this back in the chest. Marching Terror. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, I got that in the shield maze. I've got a bunch of God, I wish I still had seal up.
Step, step, step.
Okay, no, he doesn't. I'm looking at Regil right now. He has the Belt of Mighty Constitution +4. And that's it. He has nothing else going to his Constitution right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Becomes distance.
I forgot to take care of the other stuff that I'm holding. Don't need these amulets of mighty fists. God, I don't need these. I need like 10 tops. That's a lot of the weight right there. Anything else? Why do I have the helmet of Scrotcha in my inventory in that case? Unholy symbol of Rovagog. Okay, I guess I should probably...
No, backwards.
Alright, that's all saved up. So now we can start doing things. First things first. Let's assign some people to do some work on things here. Alright, so I've got Soul Shear, cleaning Soul Shear. Okay, so I have cleaning Soul Shear. When Staunton Vane fell to tragedy in a disgraceful page in the history of the Crusades, his famous battle hammer was reforged into a glaive named Soul Shear and tainted by dark rituals. Priests are prepared to cleanse it with prayers and rituals, exorcising evil from this once glorious weapon. Or charm it. I think I'm going to clean it, and I'm going to give it to Social. There we go. Diplomacy rank up. Warning placeholder text, change it before release. Advisors are waiting for you in the courtroom. Visit them to start the meeting. Alright, let's, Social's busy doing that. I guess Regil? Strategist. Lan. And Regil. General, I suppose. There we go. Okay, so back to the events. Military rank up, start that project. Leadership rank up. Darren. Diplomacy rank up. He's currently busy, so never mind. Okay, so now I need to figure out what I want to do with the Rovagug's unholy symbol here. So I can... Let's see. While wielding this +2 radiant weapon, when you confirm a critical hit, you absorb part of the magic essence, restoring randomly one spell from your spellbook up to 5th level. For a great axe. +2 weapon is extremely light and easy to wield, allowing anyone to wield it even without proficiency. When the wielder is paralyzed, cannot move, cannot act, or is prone, they suffer the weapon's damage and immediately get a chance to pass the saving throw one more time. That's pretty cool. Okay, same thing, but great axe. When you're wielding this +2 corrosive burst weapon, you have a +3 bonus to attack rolls when performing an attack of opportunity. Your threat range is doubled. If you successfully land an attack of opportunity, the enemy must pass a fortitude saving throw, become paralyzed for 1 round. Okay, same thing. And hand axe with that exact same thing. Let's put... Okay, you're busy there. Okay, I think everyone's busy. Oh, hey, I can get this. Okay, so... 2,000 finance points. I have more than enough finance points for this. Foundation of the fort tightens the creature's controls over the surrounding area. There you go, Lan. Get started on that. Alright, so that takes care of that. Rank ups are going there. Economy. Training. Curses. Other. Regions. Advisors. Okay. Dresden. Nothing is built yet. Is this a fast travel? What? Wait, what? Oh, this is a thing. Okay, let's put the archery range over here. Put a second one here. Okay, I can't afford anything else, but this will give me plenty of units to at least buy. This is wacky. I wasn't expecting this. Okay. What is that? What is that? Okay, that seems like everything here for the moment, at least. Okay, I have build points set up for that. So as soon as I can play the game again, there we go.
Step, step, step.
Yeah, let's get out of here. I was gonna take you and you. And I guess in this instance, I would probably drop you for you. God, there's so much. Okay, there's the legions. All right, Legion 2's all the way down here. Winter Sun. Find the missing Crusaders. There's a bunch of demon army things all over the place. Underground hideout. Alright, Legion 1, you're gonna go meet up with them. This is really interesting. Like I think I mentioned this before, but Hell Knights, Clerics, and Archers. But like at this point in the game, you have a normally you have a sort of a God, what is it? It's a hex crawl. That's what I was trying to think of. Oh, here we go. But yeah, so you're traveling all around this map, and you're sort of venturing by yourself, but the army is mostly staying in Dresden because it's all based there.
What's in wait for me there, I wonder?
Ooh. Okay, so let's see this. I want to move you up front here. So you two move to there. There we go. I can still fight. Quick, tie him up. It's the Crusaders. The Crusaders are here. The Crescent of the Abyss must be informed. Alright, Grey Boar, let's see what you got. So turn that on. Oh, you don't have any of your spells available, huh? Lovely.
Die!
Okay, you're gonna charge. You're also gonna charge. You can't charge. Is this... This must be a surprise round. It is a surprise round.
Make every strike count.
Okay, so now we're in a full actual turn.
I'll make short work of this.
Wait, sneak attack? How am I getting sneak attack?
Go for their hearts! Continue fighting!
Oh, Jesus.
Everyone.
15, huh? Okay, so Greybor, you're gonna just come over here and smack him one. Okay, kill this archer, please. Oh, 16. Okay, you are gonna cast Cure Serious Wounds here. There we go.
You are today's sacrifice.
You had your chance.
Sick.
Let the attack commence.
Sick. What? He killed Lan? It's nat 20. Of course it's a nat 20.
You're in my way.
Okay, Darren, you don't have Breath of Life, do you? Yeah, he's not gonna have it for the next level. Oh yeah, where am I supposed to even be going with this? Forgot about that. I need to figure out where I'm going. Oh, gosh, was this really the last point I saved? I did do all the stuff, right?
Time becomes
I'm
distant.
pretty sure I saved after doing this. Okay, good. They're all set there. Good, 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 good. Yeah. Yes. Are you gonna open up? Thank you.
Step, step, step.
Alright, I guess the best way to do it would probably be to just actually. Oh yeah, let me finagle my spells real quick. Before I forget. Get that there. And let's see, you can put in a... Go, you don't have spells, you have spells per day. You are prepared, though. Okay, so you are set there. Bull's Strength, Eagle's Splendor. I'll take off Bull's Strength because you don't... Do you have Cat's Grace? You don't have Cat's Grace. Unfortunate. No, the only thing you have is Bull Strength there anyway, so... It's Eagle's Splendor. Owl's Wisdom. Call Lightning would be good, I think. Blindness, Soothing Mud, Stinking Cloud. When a creature enters the mud is healed of 1d4 points of ability damage. Huh. Weird. Okay, let's go with Resist Energy Communal there. We got Thorn Body. Stone Skin. That's an option. That certainly is an option. Let's go with... Yeah, let's go with the Stone Skin. Why not? And then 5th level spells. Ooh, boy. We got Righteous Might. And... Breath of Life. Oh, shit. Let's go with that. Cloud Kill, Phantasmal Web, and Shadow Invocation, because why not? See, Social, you need to prepare your spells. You will also be taking... See, Dominate Person or Burst of Glory. Dominate Person. Why not? I want Breath of Life. And... Slay Living? Necromancy. But also big damage. Raise Dead? Raise Dead. Ember, you're spontaneous, and land doesn't cast spells.
What's in wait for me there, I wonder?
Take a little save, Rooney. Oh. Oh, right! The events. Yes. Effects of choice. Hail, Commander. Before you, an aged yet sturdy and fit Garundi stands at attention. Garundi is Africa, I believe. Is it Africa? I want to say Garund is Africa. Because all the stuff in Pathfinder sort of translates to Earth, one way or another. Avestan is Europe. Garund, I'm pretty sure Garund is Africa. There's Tianxia. Yeah, Tianxia is like China, Asia, Japan, that kind of thing. There's the land of the Linorm Kings, which is Scandinavian. I can't remember. It's not Garand. It's something else. There's a... Kalesh is like Persia-ish. And then there is a India analog, but I don't remember its name offhand. It's where the World Wound's located. Actually, let's just take a look. I can look up the map on things right now. So let's see. Galarion map. Also, there's the entire... God, what's it called? It's, Aslant is the sunken continent, which is the... Aslant is the sunken continent, which is basically Atlantis. And that's in between Avestan and the North American analog. Okay, so here we got a map here for Galarian. Let's take a look-see. Let's see. Rahadum, Wongi Expanse, the Shackles, Vidran. Kadira! Kadira is like the, That's right, Kadira is like the, India sort of analog. There's the realm of the Mammoth Lords, where you get Mammoth Riders. There's Irisin, which is totally Russia, but not really. You've got Transylvania, you've got Eugenic Island. Someplace around there is... God, where is it? It's... Yeah, there's Absalom. That's where you have the Starstone. God, what was the other continent called? You go there in Ruins of Aslant. Arcadia! Right. Arcadia is the North American analog, which also has literal... Well, not really literal Valhalla. So what happens is, from people from the land of the Linorm Kings, if I remember correctly, it's the Viking Linorm Kings, when they like retire and they want to end their lives, they go travel across the sea to visit Arcadia, where there's like a Linorm King outpost, and that's where they sort of retire to. Which it's called like Valheim or something. It's not called Valheim. That's a game, but it's called something like that. And there's just like a whole bunch of retired Linorm Kings just hang out there. Arcadia Pathfinder. It's a very, very bizarre location. Also, there's a lot of... It's like there's the people who live there are Native Americans. Valenhall. That's what it's called. It's called Valenhall. Valenhall is the oldest and largest inner-sea colony in Arcadia. It's a place where the great lords of the lands of the Linorm Kings come to die after embarking on one final voyage, island-topping across the northern reaches of the Arcadian Ocean. Those who reach Valenhall believe they have ascended to their final reward on another plane. I don't know how that works. Anyway. Hail, Commander. For you is an aged yet sturdy and fit Garundi sets an attention. His dark skin has an earthy tone to it, and crystals sparkle forth from where his hair and eyebrows should be. Oh, so this is a... whatever that elemental race is. The Earth one. It's not Sylph, it's not Ifrit, it's not Undine. It's, the Oread. Oread. Oh, it says right there. Clearly identifying him as an Oread. Captain Hartman, chair of your staff council by order of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey, here to deliver a report. I'm doomed to be your advisor. Do you know what this means? That you're doomed to listen to my advice. To start things off, here's an incredibly novel and deep thought for you. Loyalty, passion, and morale. All of these can be easily bought with money. Thanks, Darren. Nobody asked. Commander, permission to report. We've encountered a problem. Although we're still getting volunteers, we're now seeing cases of desertion. Many who joined the Dresden campaign believe that their duty has been fulfilled with the victory, and they're not keen on staying in the garrison. Those from Kenabres wish to return home and rebuild their ruined city. Lastly, there are those who are afraid of lingering in a place where demons might show up with punitive expedition at any moment. My suggestion is to improve living conditions for the privates, raise their pay, give them extra rations, and reward those who have distinguished themselves on the battlefield with commendations and gifts. Soldiers don't want to leave armies that appreciate them. This problem is quite simply solved with coin, but handing money out to privates is practically throwing it away. We need to pay the officers handsomely, and they'll figure out how to raise their subordinates' morale. Let's do the privates a pay raise. At once. Yay. Okay, was that one of the things? Leadership rank up. Hooray. Military ranked up. Okay, land's doing that thing. Are you the only person who's able to take care of this? Okay. Okay, so now that I've had that all sorted out, let's see what I can do about the dragon that I was going to be killing today. Before land suddenly dropped dead. Okay, so the journal says dragon hunt. First step is to set up an ambush in the Grimwood Forest. Whoops. No, I wanted you and you. Do 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 do. Okay, so Grimwood Forest is where? Let's see, we got the Grey Road. Grimwood, all the way over here. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, let's get these legions moving together first. And also, come to think of it, since I now have... Oh, look at this! Kingdom management. Champions. Champions? Champions. They call champions all of a sudden. Okay, so let me see something here. If I recruit archers champions, what are champions? Are these... Okay, well, let's recruit some more Hell Knights because these guys are real useful. Yeah, they came right out of Dresden. That's the good shit. And kingdom management if I want to jump directly into stuff from here. Good, good, good. Anyway, gotta head over this way. Ashen Grotto. Weird. I didn't get that encounter again. Maybe I had to go south to reach it?
Let the duel commence.
Ow.
Yes. Yes.
Ow. Nice. Did someone just try to... Cultist sniper? Where? Ah. Oh, man. Stop that! You guys stop that. Nice. Sniper down.
No, is all of this blood mine? Never thought I had that much.
In my way.
There we go. Nice. And that just leaves this guy. And Slumber Hex. Perfect. Do. And coup de Gracie. we got a roll of sickening. Scroll of sickening. Nothing here. Nothing here.
Trail me.
Alright, so let's move these characters around a little bit. Very good. Very good.
Step, step, step.
And we're all suffering from some fatigue.
Rules are made to be broken.
There we go. Finally got rid of that negative level. Christ.
Time.
Okay, are there any magic items just hidden around in the bushes around here, like in Kingmaker? Because I know on occasion you just go into a thing and there'd be like a item just hidden on the map. I'm glad I have all that diamond dust left over. How do I get to this Ashen Grotto? Temple of the Good Hunt. Camouflage, we'll go to you. Night Watch. Go to you, and then I guess go to you. Alchemy. There we go. Scroll scribing. Hey, look at that! I still don't know how to cook this. I still don't know how to do this. Oh. Dreams have puzzled the minds of mortals since ancient times. Strangely, the most obvious explanation of the mystery of dreams has appeared quite recently. The most obvious, but obviously wrong one, is that dreams are but the delirium of a tired mind as it digests the day's events. Ancient humans were much smarter when they thought dreams were messages of good patrons or the opposite, the interventions of demonic powers. In this case, both hypotheses are correct, illogical as that may be. The commander is asleep. In his anxious dreams, he sees blood-stained stones, smoking torches, rusty chains, and bars. Once again, he is in the dungeons of Dresden, chained in a cell. Huge demons lumber around, clawing at the filthy walls with a horrifying sound. Death in their fanged jaws seemed imminent, but more painful still is the expectation of tortures that never begin. Unable to move, barely conscious, in a horrible semi-delirium, the commander silently waits for whatever will happen next. The silence, broken only by a sound of rough claws against rusty bars, weighs on the mind like a boulder. The fever of endless expectations is broken by a whisper, a gentle breath of fresh air in the stifling darkness. The ruby eyes of a demoness peer at the commander through the bars. She is similar to the other creatures of the abyss, but also entirely dissimilar. Remember me? I am Arueshalae. You gave me the gift of freedom. Now I will set you free. The chains holding the commander's bodies crumble to dust. The dark visitor takes a step towards him, passing through the bars as easily as if they were made of paper, and holds out her hand. Fly with me! In response, the commander can only mumble, I've been expecting you. And I have come! The dungeon disappears. Now the demoness and the commander are flying over a moonlit plain. Enemies are hunting you. Demons that have somehow acquired unusual powers that are unprecedented among common demons. You are also hunting them. You are trying to figure out who is sending them and where the source of their power lies. I will show you where to find the answer. A finger with a manicured claw points to a cliff top where stands an ancient fortress slowly crumbling to dust. A bell without a tongue. An insane crone. Make it speak once more, and she won't be able to keep her silence either. She will give you all the answers. Wake up and try to understand what the fuck just happened. The images fade away. The commander opens his eyes and whispers a word. Unknown, alien, brought by the passing dream. Green Gates, the name of the fortress. If the demoness is to be believed, what a curious notion. There's a deranged crone hiding there who knows where the demons with these unheard-of abilities are coming from. It will be intriguing to learn who this crone is, what she knows, and whether this dream is but a trick to lure the commander into another trap. But we cannot find out without visiting this place from the dream. Okay, but where is it? Ah, Demon's Heresy! Yeah! Go to the Green Gates. Where are the Green Gates? Where are the Green Gates? I don't know where the Green Gates are. The locations are not the same as... Locations are not the same as in the AP. Like, if I remember correctly, Green Gates or wherever you find Arueshalae is like over this away someplace. The Hex Crawl takes you like all throughout this area. It's not like ranging across the entire World Wound Zone. Maybe it's over this way. There's Grimwood. Ah, there's Green Gates. Now while I'm at it, Legion 1. Ah, I see. Go left. Here we go. Let's see how this one turns out. Okay, we got Ash Giants, Cultist Champions, and Cultists. Ow! Rude. Okay, so let's cure wounds on my archers here. Okay, the Ash Giants can go there, so I can go to here safely, I think. Really? None of them have died yet. "28 perished? I'm losing so many units. Those Ash Giants are dealing a lot of damage. Oh, nice. Okay, let's kill this one. Almost, almost. Are you serious? Wow, just fucking wreck my entire unit, why don't you? Okay, I got one killed, finally. Christ, these things deal so much damage. I'm out of MP, aren't I? Low morale causes ash giants to panic. Nice. God, I lost 50 people. I lost almost 100 people just from those ash giants. It's ridiculous. Giants enlisted to storm Dresden are dead, and the cultists sent north to nurture the demon's assault power will not fulfill their orders. Dresden is safe. I mean, safe, quote marked. Big quotation marks around safe there. I've lost my entire front line, effectively. Really? Damn. Well, there goes one of them again. Nice. This should probably take care of them. Hey, did it. Lost one Hell Knight. Chasing elementals away to their home planes, Crusaders find a huge crystal filled with magical energy. It appears that it was imbued with the elemental force many years ago and convoyed to Dresden but never arrived. Its guards have perished, and the crystal itself, a powerful vessel of magical essence, has been drawing elemental spirits year after year. I might be able to take out that next spot. I'm going to need to recruit more Hell Knights, though. Like, definitely got to recruit more Hell Knights. Also, why is my morale negative 10? Okay, can I cast a fireball? Yes, I can! Wow, that did fucking nothing. Holy shit. Okay, I really got to heal my Hell Knights. Okay, yeah, this isn't gonna work, I can tell. Mistakes were made. That's one down. Oh god, mistakes were made. Very many mistakes were made. Ugh. Yeah, mistakes were made here. Let me... Wow! Fucking serious? Oh boy. Alright, that's not gonna happen today. I'm gonna have to hire many more units to take care of that. Don't have enough to pay for them. Well, on the bright side, at least it's not too long to get to them. So I can reinforce relatively easily. Once I have the materials to do so. Alright, back to this. Oh. Oh, shit. Funny little faces you have when you're afraid. How deliciously pathetic you all are. What is that? Arcana check failed. Sick. Thanks, guys. Real helpful. I can't even tell what color dragon that is. Devara.
Go for their hearts.
25? Oh, it's a black dragon. Okay. This is not going to end well. This is not going to end well for me. Like, best I can do is try throwing out an attack roll debuff. Oh, sick. What do I even fucking do here? What do we even fucking do about that? He just fucking came in and killed everybody! I can see why we need to kill it with a trap. But also, like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? What? What are you supposed to do about that? Like, dragon swoops down, instantly kills most of your party with a fire breath. What do you even do about that?
Time equals distance.
Wait a minute, black? I guess that would work, but like, just keep running around in circles. Also, wait, black dragons don't do fire breath. They do poison, don't they?
What's in wait for me there, I wonder?
Alright, we have what appears to be a temple to Arueshalae here, which makes sense because it's called the Temple of the Good Hunt. Oh, sick, there's a dude here. Hi. The young cleric of Arueshalae greets you with a shy smile. What an honor it is to see you again, Commander. Welcome to the Temple of Delamere the Blessed. As the temple's prior, I offer my greetings. At the word prior, the priest's face flushes pink. Who are you again? They call me Kado, the shepherd boy. Well, that's what they used to call me, but it's not very fitting for a priest, is it? The cleric lapses into confused silence for a few moments. I come from a village near Lastwall. I've always been drawn to Arueshalae even as a child. A cleric by the name of Jod once passed through our village, a kind old man. He looked me in the eye, a silly little kid, and said, I see you're going to serve Arueshalae just like myself. And so I did. When I heard about your crusade, I set out to join it, just like my heart was telling me to. At first, I served as a novice under the venerable Rathmus, but now he's gone and I've been left on my own. Rathmus and I marched on Dresden with your forces, we fought in your host, and then, when the demons were driven out, I came here. This temple is centuries old. Arueshalae's worshippers would have come here in the past, in the hundreds in the past. But even now, we get the odd pilgrim wandering in. That's why I wanted to take over this temple. Someone ought to take care of this sacred place. Have you seen anything suspicious in the area? Cleric swallows nervously and lowers his gaze. No, everything's quiet around here. There's nothing going on in this temple, that's for sure. Pilgrims have said there's a dragon flying around this area, snatching up travelers. And others say that's just a rumor. Things are quiet here in my temple. I want to know more about the temple and everything connected to it. Where to begin? This temple is dedicated to Delamere. Oh, I mean, of course, it is a temple to Arueshalae, but Delamere was the prior of this temple. I mean, no, I am the prior of this temple, and she is like its blessed Mother Superior, the patroness. The young man falls into a confused silence and looks pleadingly at you. What's it like to be a prior? Oh, it's terrifying. I live here alone, you see. People travel a great distance to come here, but have been given an important task. Here in the World Wound, these temples are needed more than ever so that people don't lose their faith. But that doesn't stop my legs shaking in terror. When I think of my teacher Rathmus, rest his soul, I just feel like running away. I swear, I would have run long ago. One thing keeps me here. Arueshalae will not have granted me these spells for no reason. I cannot let him down, or the people. I can't let them down either. You say you're a coward, but you're in no hurry to leave this place, even though nobody's keeping you here. I know from experience how scary it is to be alone and surrounded by strangers. You're not as weak as you think you are. You're stronger than most. Tell me about Delamere. She lived in these parts back when Sarkoris was still standing. She was a priestess of Arueshalae, and the Khelids deeply respected her for her hard nature and her unshakable faith. Arueshalae blessed her with various wonders, and the common folk knew she would stand up for them. Delamere did not like city life. She said cities encouraged vile deeds and corruption of the soul. She said that people ought to live in small clans where everyone knows everyone, where everyone is kin, and where every person has a duty to the rest. You can't hide your sins in a village. In a village, everyone knows what kind of person you are. She had a revelation, and she would travel around villages to see how people lived there. If any settlement had more than 53 souls, she drove out all the rest and told them to settle elsewhere, because otherwise the villages would have grown and turned into little towns. Her methods were harsh, of course, but people still listened to her, because Arueshalae himself was on her side. She had an edge to her. She single-handedly chased off whole bands of marauders that harassed villages. That seems unnecessary, but sure, whatever. And after she died, this temple was built in her honor, in the place where Arueshalae gifted her with his relics. They say it was here that a white stag emerged from the forest and spoke to her in a human voice, telling her that she should hunt it, because it was the will of her lord. Delamere tracked that stag for 3 days and 3 nights through the forest, and when she ran it to ground, she made its antlers into a bow and its hide into armor. And that bow never misses, and Arueshalae himself blessed that armor so that it repels the strikes of enemies. A bow that never misses, you say? Lan, how would you like to become a follower of Arueshalae? Delamere the Blessed was wise. I want to know more about Aristotle's teachings. Both a stag and a hunter. Yeah, he's literally just a dude with like a stag head. It's weird looking. Wants people to earn their bread honestly through hunting, crafts, farming, and fishing. He especially prizes hunting, of course, when it's for sustenance rather than sport. Aristotle does not like finery, and he demands no special ceremonies. He used to simply appear before hunters and rangers and offer his wisdom, but when he is angered, he is terrifying. If someone harms the country folk, takes pleasure in hurting animals, or spoils the crops, that person may well take an arrow from Aristotle, and his bow knows no mercy. He is the father of all bows, for it was Aristotle who taught people how to shoot. Have you heard about my new powers? Yep. I need the services of a cleric. Battle Mage's Headband. Headband of Vast Intelligence +4. Half of the pair. Huh. Alright. What? It's locked. What do you mean it's locked? It's a statue.
I spy.
Oh, fucking.
Prize.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Trail me.
Just robbing this man blind. Don't mind me.
Step.
I am helpful. Am I not?
Yeah, actually you are. Let's see. That seems to be it for this area. Cool. Alright, away we go. Is that really it? I guess that's really it. Okay. Back to dealing with this dragon. How do I even get to it? There's Green Gates. Grimwood's over here. Looks like I had to go north. Yep, there it is. So this one's always going to be located here. Got it. That's also not black. That's like pink. That's a red dragon. Alright, Darren, do you have your protection?
Make every strike count.
I wonder what lies behind.
Sick. Just kill me before anyone could act. Lovely. That's just had no options.
Did we still...
Okay, you are gonna do resist fire communal again. I guess it's only 10, so it's not that useful. Okay, go over here. Go over here, Ember.
of this blood mine? Never thought
Okay,
I'd
thank
have
God.
much.
Okay, you are gonna go over here, Greyboar. Same with you, Lan. Just hang out over here for a second. Okay, Darren, you're gonna... Okay, seems like it's probably gonna be fine. And then it's running away. Don't mind that. I just ran so far away I couldn't see the combat ending. I got real lucky with that one though. Darren almost died instantly.
Time becomes distance.
Well, fire resistance 10 is better than nothing. Okay. Ashen Grotto. Bare bones of animals and humans are scattered at the entrance of the spacious cave. A putrid stench of smoke and rotten meat emanates from inside. Ah, sick. Alright, what are we fighting?
Trouble? No.
What the fuck? What's going on with you, Hey, Greyboar? You overcompensating for something? What is... What's going on? Hello? Hello? Yeah. I just realized actually the storyteller's ring probably would be useful there. I don't know what's going on. This seems to be broken. The combat is not initiating properly there. Oh, it is? Okay. I'll turn off turn-based for the moment.
Oh, skip the pleasant.
I wish I could tell which one's which. Okay, ability channel.
A new follower.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Nina71. Okay, let's see. So we want to go these Crimson Dust. Even the withered grass of the world moon doesn't grow here. The heat bleached the rocks and made the dead trees shrivel. The only moisture to quench the thirst of the wastelands is the blood of mortals. As indicated by the scattered bones and scraps of rotting flesh, it is more than plentiful here. Oh, we got an encounter. Oh god, I hope it's not the dragon again.
Keep your heads down.
You fucking serious? Okay, everyone, move away. Oh, God. Okay, so the dragon's just going to be harassing me this whole time. Got it. Oh, God. Okay, don't use turn-based for this. Understood. Because turn-based, the dragon can act before I can move out of the way. But if I don't set on turn-based, I can get out of the way of the fire before it kills me. Man, whatever I'm going to be doing to deal with this dragon, it's got to be insane. Because that is a very powerful dragon. Like, let me check something here. I don't think that dragon was in the original AP. Because I don't remember. There was a mythic chimera with a dragon head, which had the, it was a white dragon head, but I don't remember there being a giant black or red dragon just hanging out that you had to fight. Because even that is a bit much for mythic characters at this level. Let's see, games. I want to go to Paths, Wrath of the Righteous. And I want Demon's Heresy. Like I said, though, there's a bunch of... I don't care about improving Adobe products, thank you. There's a bunch of hex crawl things going on in this book normally. Okay, makes sense. Okay, Rift Drakes. That's right, there are Rift Drakes attacking you. So this would be N. N is... Jesker Helton. Wintersun Hall. Oh yeah, there's a weird, like, bunch of Vikings hanging out here someplace. The Woundworm's Lair. That might be it. Family Crypt. Aurus Harnessed. Skullgrim. Templar of the Eyeblick Labyrinth. I want to find L. The Woundworm's Lair. The wake of Aponovisius' departure south, two most dangerous entities left in the immediate region are Xanther Vang and the Woundworm Skorizar. Oh right, this is actually a demonic dragon. That's actually its type. It's different from this one. Yeah, okay. Arueshalae's Redoubt is N on this map, which places her... yeah, that's what I thought. So Arueshalae is hanging out in this area. I believe this is all north of Dresden? I don't remember exactly. Find a suitable place for an ambush. A campsite. Set the ambush here, huh?
Time becomes distance. Step, step, step.
I'm just clearing out the map here a little bit so I can see everything.
What's in wait for me there?
Alright, let's go. Greybeard meticulously scans the surrounding area and appears pleased with the results. The talon-like hooks of several collapsible spikes protrude from his pack. The dwarf produces a small, tightly wrapped bundle from his pocket, and its pungent smell fills your nostrils. I don't know why the music's just suddenly cut out there. Yeah, that would make sense. I do have invisibility, so I can invisibility some people up. I'll just have to rejigger my spells for it, which is not a problem. See, Greybeard meticulously scans the surrounding area, appears pleased with the results. Come here, this is where we'll set up an ambush for the dragon. Let's lay as many fires as we can so she thinks there's a whole caravan staying here. can be sure she won't resist such easy prey. How do you plan to lure the dragon here? We'll act like a group of careless foragers, ordinary hunters looking for wild game to provision the Crusader army. Let's go out hunting, and then we'll hang the carcasses up on hooks to clean and gut them. When the dragon catches the scent of blood and sees the fires, she'll think we're inexperienced nobodies. After all, no skilled hunting party would draw so much attention to themselves. Easy prey, you see. Then, when she swoops down upon us, we'll pounce on her instead. What is that stench? It's frog's eye, some herb from Magnamar used as a seasoning by the Varisians. I'm not sure they can eat anything without it. The heat of the fire will cause the smell to rise up in the air, where the wind will carry it far and wide. The dragon will surely catch our scent and take interest. Dragons have a heightened sense of smell, and their sense of taste is even more discerning. The beast won't be able to resist the chance to try some strange new kind of meat. Okay, so I just gotta attack her as deeply as I possibly can now.
Die, die, die!
Miss. Sick. Armor class of 40, huh? Can I charge? No. Okay, you are going to cast... Let's give you a True Strike. I did cast on Greybor, right? Yes, I did. Good. Can you charge at it from here? No. Okay, can I, like... Breath of Life.
You're in my way.
What an intriguing smell you have, little hunters. Has no one warned you that there's a hungry dragon roaming around these parts? 73 damage to it is pretty good.
Endure this!
Misses.
Is all of this blood mine? Never thought I had that much.
Okay. Calm down, Greybor. You're probably fine. Probably. Okay, I don't have any more True Strikes prepared. Nice. Getting some actual damage off on it. Oh, God, fear. Okay, let's back. Actually, no, it can't breathe fire for another round at least. Are you... What? Did it roll a 1 on its recharge or something? Okay, I'm gonna cast this on you. That's intelligence on me. And then let's cast this on you as well. How long does this one last? 1 round. Okay, so that's gonna wait.
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
Okay, you're gonna cast protection, resist fire, communal.
I'll watch your back.
Okay. Let's go! Try and do this. God, it's not a surprise round. Okay.
Make every strike count. You had your chance.
Spell resistance. Sick. Alright, wait for it.
I wonder what lies beyond.
Yeah, I got it.
I must withdraw.
Use this to heal Camellia. Breath of Life on Ember. Are you for real?
Endure this.
Well, there he goes. Sick. Don't know what to do with this.
I'll make short work of this.
I have no idea what to do with this.
You won't survive me.
Okay, well there goes his Fear Aura again. Did it, yeah! Gotta track down the dragon now. Which means I've got to go back and get these people back to life first. The ground is covered with fresh dragon blood and deep claw marks. The wind silhouette soars up high into the sky and heads east, doubtless towards her lair. The assassin gives the commander a thumbs up and throws his pack over her shoulder. The ambush was a success. Not really. Serious loss of blood, though not fatal, causes the dragon's heart to compensate by contracting more rapidly in order to oxygenate the muscles. This makes it more difficult for her to breathe and weakens her wing capacity. The lack of oxygen then leads to convulsive seizures that force the dragon to descend for short rests. It takes her the entire night to travel the distance she could normally cover in a few hours. Okay, but where is that going to? Where is she hanging out? Ah, Bloody Trail's all the way over there? Wow. Okay, let's save real quick. Social... Oh, damn it. Social does have, Raised Dead, so I'll be able to use that instead of... Hi.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Keep your heads down.
What is with this axe? What is with this? Look at his weapons. They're huge. Oh, Christ. It's doing it again. Just save here to be sure. Okay, so go here. Huh. What a weird bug. Okay, we got leadership, optimized logistics. I've got a military thing. Yeah. Okay, I need to get Social to use Raised Dead now. That's right. I think I read someplace that, like, the next step of the beta should be coming out fairly soon. If not this month, then next month. So, hey, if that happens, that'll be cool. That means I'll be able to continue on to Book 4. Commander, and Evie agreed to with a short nod. I have certain information that, even though what I found out is largely harmless, it might be a reason for concern. Concern? What do you mean? It's about one of your companions' well-being. Tell me. Lately, soldiers have been gathering by the graveyard and playing cards. We usually look the other way in such cases. Sure, it's against regulations, but we let them have fun as long as they don't harm anyone. Which is usually the case. Yet recently, my people have spotted Social among them, and I don't think gambling is doing him any good. Now, I usually stay away from people's private business. With all these spies and cultists, I've got a lot on my plate as it is. But this time is about a companion you trust with your life, so perhaps you should intervene. This isn't an official report. Just a friendly advice. Thanks for the information. Okay, so I guess I gotta go talk to Social. Who are you people? Wait, are you the... Yeah, okay. Grandma Gretlin lowers herself into a bow.
Good day, your commandership. It is we, the artistic board of the next door theater. We're still working on our piece about your heroism. We have even taken out a few new members. We now have a master of stage equipment and scenery. It's my granddaughter, Tina. Tina, say hello to his commandership. We're faced with another dilemma. We simply can't decide on a climactic moment for the act that's all about the Battle of Dresden. Here, you listen to the options. Grandma Gretlin holds up a scroll before her eyes and begins to read, running a gnarled finger along each line. Let's see. Option 1. The commander, that's you, launches himself out of a catapult and smashes down the fortress wall, allowing the armies to rush inside. Option 2. The commander, that's you again, masquerades as a succubus and creeps into Dresden in disguise and then opens the gates to the Crusaders. The commander, so that's you again, rides to the attack on an enormous mountain goat carrying a battering ram and breaks down the city gates. I like the version where I launch myself out of a catapult. Fastball specials, always go for the fastball special. Grandma Gretlin and her entourage move away, but their voices project so well that you can easily hear the rest of the conversation. The catapult was my favorite from the very start. I hope it's not considered too lowbrow for a device for a serious dramatic offering. Did you forget that the role of the commander is being played by a Cyclops? How are we going to launch Lambkin out of a catapult? Where are we going to find a catapult that won't just break under his weight? Calm yourself, Tina. It's just a minor snag. Can't achieve success without a few difficulties along the way. We'll think of something, you see. Hey, it's Sokothbanoff. Hey, I'm pleased to see you're alive and mostly unharmed. You've never seen this mortal before, but... You've never seen this mortal before, but his voice... There can be no doubt that his voice belongs to Sokothbanoff. As you can see, I wanted to get to know my new friend better, so I paid a visit to your abode. Your guest lowers his voice and gives you a playful wink. This is my favorite shape to wear when I'm walking among mortals. It's cute, isn't it? The Demon Lord speaks to you, adding a coquettish undertone to his voice. I have to admit, your place is rather charming, although the lack of a pleasure palace does sour the mood a bit. And your servants, they're such gentle and helpful people. They stood at attention and reported to me with unbelievable ardor. Upon further reflection, they might have happened because I took your appearance, but let's not fret over minor details. While I was out walking, I heard several complaints addressed to me, and in this case by me, I of course mean you. A complaint is basically an invocation, so let's agree that they were officially prayers to me. And I really must intervene on behalf of my new worshippers. The essence of these appeals is as follows. Your officers have grown sick of fighting. To be more precise, they are sick of fighting and not doing anything else. I certainly understand the frustrations. Even soldiers have a right to a personal life after all. I suggest that you allow them to pair their duties with something more exciting, or at least profitable. Sokothbanoff, how you decide to change careers and become my advisor? How extravagant! A demon lord advising the commander of the crusade? A most wonderful jest! But no, I'm not going to exert myself serving at your headquarters and making sure all soldiers have enough gruel to it. I'm simply going to keep an eye on you and occasionally dispense gems of advice. Okay, so here's the real question. Do I let my soldiers make money? Or do I make my soldiers play Pathfinder? I'm really tempted to go with this. Because, like, I am really tempted to go with that. I don't think the money making is going to do anything, and the last one is just like, nah. But yeah, let's do this one. A splendid idea. It's amazing that nobody thought of this before. I'm sure this exciting activity is going to spread all over Galarian, and even the esteemed members of the Pathfinder Society Decemberate will amuse themselves by playing it. It was so much fun to be around. I'm going to be back once I think of something else for your soldiers to do. What was it? It was, So, there's a series of movies. Yeah, yeah. I am going to take that. If I go through the game again and get to that point, I am going to take that. I mean, I probably will. I probably want to try out, like, a couple other builds. I definitely want to go through with an all-scarred party. Just heavy metal music playing as you smash demons. But, yeah, it was... Okay, so there's a series of movies called The Gamers, and they are really good. The Gamers one is just like, it's a movie a couple of people made in their dorm, and it's just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna make a movie about us playing D&D, yeah, haha. And it's just like, it's basically a D&D campaign. It's really nicely done. It just has all of, like, the little things you would expect from a campaign that you're playing with friends. Gamers 2 is much more high budget. And then Gamers 3 was like a weird card game one. It was basically about a Magic the Gathering tournament. But like, yeah, so they have a whole bunch of stuff. And then in addition, there was a spin-off like movie miniseries thing they made, which was, I want to say it was called Humans and Households. Let me just double check on that. Yeah, it was Humans and Households. It was like a miniseries they did. So what this one is you have a bunch of heroes of the realm showing up in like the castle basement playing Humans and Households, which is just this game where they play as a bunch of humans running around doing errands. The actual errand that they're doing is
trying to take care of a friend's like pet dog, but then because it's in D&D like parlance or in the world, they just have no idea what's going on, so they just constantly fuck up everything. There's a lot of great scenes in it too. Like for races most of them picked American except for one of them who picked Canadian. And so at one point they're going like, "What can we do? We're unarmed." "Wait, I picked American." And the character just pulls out a gun. And all the other characters start pulling out guns too because they all picked American. And then the one of the characters says, "Wait, where's my gun?" "Oh, you picked Canadian." "What does that get me?" "Universal healthcare." Oh. It's a fun series. I would highly recommend watching it. They also did not Darkest Dungeon, Dark Dungeons. They did the Dark Dungeons movie based on the famous Jack Chick comic Dark Dungeons, in which D&D is the gateway to witchcraft, featuring the part where a girl screams "Blackleaf, no!" when her character dies, and then she hangs herself. And then the main character uses witchcraft to convince her father to buy her more D&D books. God, that's such a silly movie. And the best part is, it's played just completely 100% straight. The movie is absolutely played straight. It's so good. Yeah. Anyway, Zombie Orpheus, they do good work. I should go back and watch Gamers 2 again. That was a good movie. And Gamers 1. Gamers 1 is like an hour long. Gamers 2 is like 2.5 hours or something. It's a big step up budget-wise. Gamers 1 also has the part where they lose a party member. Like, this is the most accurate thing I've ever seen in a game. They lose a party member, and then they have a replacement party member come in. Like, the guy just makes a new character up, and like that he shows up in the adventure and, you know, picks him up. And they go, "Okay, just remember, you're deep in enemy territory. You have no idea who this person is. What do you do?" "You look trustworthy. Would you like to join us in our quest?" "I would." And that's it. I mean, I'm not going to say I have had that exact same situation happen before, but I've had that exact same situation happen before. Even before watching that movie. Let's see. A splendid idea. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. And there's Irabeth. "Commander, I have alarming news. Sir Shar seems to be ill. He has stepped back almost completely from commanding his people. His Everbright Crusaders are a large and experienced force. Our strategy relies heavily on them. Please talk to him." It might be time for Sir Shar to step down and hand over the leadership to a younger, more energetic knight. He's not a young man anymore, and must be a struggle to keep up with his responsibilities. What do you know about him? Just rumors, Commander. They say it's like his mind is somewhere else all the time. He is anxious, but won't say what happened. Sir Shar is respected. When people see him acting strangely, it breeds uncertainty in the ranks. I'll talk to him. Yes. Okay, okay, so I'm gonna have to take... Okay, let's go back here. Social, Spellbook. Swap that out for another Raise Dead, because I need 2 of those. Alright, so what I gotta do is I have to take my party members out for a little spin here. The prison, streets. Area exit. I don't have Arueshalae yet, but I did get her quest. So once I'm done with the dragon, I'll be able to head there. Wait, I need you two. I don't need you. I want to put you in the party. Don't need you. Actually, I'll take you. Don't need you. Want you. There you go. So I just have to take these people over to a location to heal. Because I don't think I can do it in the town. Okay. So Social, would you please cast raise? I'm missing diamonds. Shit. Okay. You cast restoration on. Oh, that's good. So I'll have to head back that way. I haven't been going south addressing because there's a there's a bunch of guys that I just ran into at one point and they just killed Lan. So I like went down there but then didn't bother continuing. Okay, can I buy diamonds someplace in here? I guess it'd probably be in the streets. What is the material component I need for Raised Dead? Let's see. Raised Dead requires a diamond worth 5,000 gold. Let's see. Okay, barracks, abandoned building, house, prison, jewelry artisan. Jewelry artisan might have it. I wonder, because I was thinking about using the there's a mod for Wrath of the Righteous, which is a cheat menu mod. Similar to Bag of Tricks for Kingmaker. I've been wondering if I would be able to use that in order to get Sela back, because I have no idea where she is. She didn't leave the party, she's just dead. Is there nobody here?
Step, step, step.
Nobody here I can talk to? Great. Okay. Where do I find diamonds? Maybe over here? Actually maybe jewelry trader. Oh, there's Shar. I'll talk to you real quick. How you doing? Yes, has something happened? Where'd your boy Morvig go? Pain shines in the old man's eyes. His fuzzy gray hair is dirty and hangs down in unkempt strands. He sighs heavily. He ran away, packed his things in the dead of night and disappeared. Must have gone to find some demons to fight. He's a Kelid. His entire clan are blood enemies of demons. They worship the god Gorum. You see the straw wolf hanging from his neck? It's their clan talisman. It's called the Little Fang. Okay, good to know. I put in so much effort to get him to see the light of Iomade, but he imbibed his loyalty to Gorum with his mother's milk. I told him, you can't fight the darkness if you're guided by anger. If rage overwhelms you, you can't. You either perish or become a villain, or get so used to war that you'll forget what it's like to live as a human. But he had only one thing on his mind. Vengeance. For his family, for his ancestors, for his wounded honor. I tried to find him. They say he's been going to the tavern a lot recently. Everbright Crusaders don't go to taverns. We keep ourselves clean, body and spirit. But Morvig didn't go there to drink or play dice. He was looking for a guide, and he found one. A Kelid, too, an old one, a descendant of the Sarkorians. Even the demons couldn't force them out of these lands. They say Morvig wanted to go to toward Wintersun, an ancient Sarkorian settlement. I don't know what he wanted there or where exactly to look for him. There are a lot of demons in that region. Can't send scouts there with an order to leave no stone unturned. There were too many skirmishes with monsters and huge losses. I want to ask you a few questions. I don't have any more questions. I have to go. Alright. Let's go take a look at the jewelry trader, actually. I don't know what this guy has. It's probably going to be things like rings of protection. Figure I might as well get an idea for what he actually has before I spend a lot of money on diamond dust to raise people. Let's see. Ah, jewelry trader. There it is. What do you have? Yep, amulets. Got it. Goggles of pure sight. Oh, you sell diamonds too. There we go. Perfect. Oh, that's what he has? That's who has it? Okay. Let me see what this guy has, though. Agile fists, electric positive channeling, negative channel, leather grips, blah, 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 vast intelligence, +2. Ring and protection, +3. +5 combat bonus on persuasion checks and grants their companions a +1 morale bonus on all skill checks. That's not bad. Okay, where's the textile dude? There he is. Gloves of dueling. Oh, God, those are so useful. Gloves of the ambassador. Lesser gloves of dueling. So you got cloaks of resistance, living flame. Comes around with a fire shield whenever they channel energy to harm undead. Leather cloak. Whenever the wearer lands a hit on an enemy first time in a round, the enemy must pass a fortitude saving throw or be partially skinned. Holy shit! That's absurd. Wow. 31 grand for immunity to fire. Robe of Order for a monk. Fire resistance 30. Okay, yeah, that... Okay, so that... Cloak of resistance +2 grants immunity to fire. Pretty good. But holy shit. Just, oh my god. This is absurd. It's... The DC is 29, which is already pretty good. But also... 2 points of Constitution drain per round. That's a lot of damage. That is absurd. I'm just gonna like make a save right here. I'm just gonna buy that. Okay, out of the area. Like, normally in Pathfinder, things don't have a on-hit trigger, or if they do, they're fairly weak. So you have like an on-hit sicken or something. Gets -2 to saves. On-hit first time in the round Constitution drain is ridiculous. Like, there are... I made a character who specialized in poisons, right? I could generate poisons with that level of, like, lethality, but just having that for free by equipping an item is ridiculous. I don't... That... Like... I don't know if that applies to my bombs. If those apply to my bombs, then I'm fucking just gonna...
The world has suffered enough.
I'm gonna nut. Hooray! Just fall on the ground. No negative levels. Hey, that's a good thing. I'm glad I checked out that textile vendor. Alright, back to Dresden. Before I do that, Legion 1 is still not in very good shape, so let's recruit some more people. Alrighty, back into Dresden then. Do. Yeah. Ah, there we go. What's up, Darren? Yes. Yes. No. Yes. Yeah! Finished it! Curses? Ah, damn it. I just used all my materials, didn't I? Gotta wait for a while to do that. Gargoyle Canyon, Hamlet of Sork. I don't have enough finance points for this either. Shit. Religious Feast. Needs 150 materials. I'm out. Okay, Darren's doing that. Regil, you can take care of that. Okay, do that. How's that sword cleaning coming along? 5 more days? Got it. All right, let's see if I can deal with this dragon, huh? I'll go take a rest and redo some spells, I think, and then I should be good. Do I have a protection from element? Because if I can negate the fire breath, that's really ideal. I don't remember what level protection is. Protection from element. Protection from energy is a 3rd level spell. So I should have that.
My life is a burden.
That's the first one.
Step.
Okay, see, Scroll of Expeditious Retreat, Fairy Fire Prayer, Owl's Wisdom. Good Law, Scroll of Rage, Sickening, Remove Fear, Remove Sickness, Resist Electricity. Alright, everyone take a nap. What's up with you? Effects of choice. Alright, before I forget. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go hunt a dragon. Do do do. Okay. Oh, here we go. Before I do anything else, let's reconfigure this. It's these ones again. I can still fight. Quick, tie him up. It's the Crusaders! The Crusaders are here! The Crescent of the Abyss must be informed!
Keep your heads down.
Baphomet cultist cleric. Wow. Just instantly gets shot. Let's put you here, and then let's see if this works. Shit. Seriously? Okay, forget it.
I must withdraw.
What is she currently? Breath of Life? No.
Go for their hearts.
Wow, keeping that spell active? Okay.
Make every strike count.
So this is how it feels.
Yeesh. Seriously? Were you staggered or something? Okay, let's see if that worked. Okay, explosive bomb, critical miss, sick. Okay, it looks like that doesn't work, so I'll probably have to give it to Camellia or something. Thanks for nothing. Jesus Christ. Okay, somebody else is getting those. I don't know if it's melee or... I'm going to assume it's melee. Let's give it to you since you're missing one. Alright, here we go again. I'm guessing Woljif is between me and that winter or whatever location. The one that Cheer was talking about. Alright, here we are. Yeah, that's great. You can still fight. Wonderful, whatever. Seriously? Already dropped Darren. Fucking great.
Make every strike count.
He hit with a 6? Christ.
It doesn't work. How weird.
Okay, let's try and slumber you. No.
Continue.
Jesus Christ.
Everyone.
Rolled a 20! There we go.
Go for their hearts.
Endure this.
So this is how it feels.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
Quick, else we miss all the fun.
Missed me already.
Are we in trouble yet?
Ready to serve.
I'll watch your back.
So here's what we're going to do. We are
I'll
gonna...
take the bait.
Rules are made to be broken.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
I guess Eagle Splendor can go there. Oh no, probably should have gone on Ember, huh?
Let's shake a leg.
Alright, let's go.
Time becomes distance.
Yep. Whatever you say, bud. You can still fight. Oh no, he's gonna look out. Look out, he's gonna get hit with a mace. Oh no. Okay, so I can charge this one. Searing Light. Bone Shaker. No? Okay. Oh, surprise round.
Make every strike count.
And now the enemies attack first.
You had your chance.
Oh!
Go for their hearts.
Okay then. Seriously, what did you roll? 13? It's a fighter. Yeah?
Endure this.
Nice. Great job on that.
You're in my way.
You are today's sacrifice.
Okay, let's do this.
Die, die, die!
He's really not dead yet. There!
Am I at my limit?
Are you within cackle range? Sure are! Okay, you are gonna have your attack rolls lowered then.
It's your time
Nice.
to cease to exist.
The spirits demand your blood.
Yeah! Nobody died this time. Ooh, glaive +1. Light mace +1, Baphomet's heavy shield, breastplate +1, nice. Composite longbow +1. Mm-hmm. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, that seems good. Alright, before I forget. Grey Boar, Camellia up here. Then you two go down here. Wonderbar. And this seems to be the entirety of the area. Not surprising. Dark splotches of dried blood are visible on the ground. Its foul, pungent scent awakens the predatory instinct of the hunt. Everything nearby is splattered in blood, as if a battle took place here, or someone slaughtered a herd of goats. Yet this blood belongs to neither human nor goat. Its sulphurous odor indicates that this is the blood of a rare fire-breathing dragon. It's not that rare. Injured and exhausted, the fleeing dragon stopped here to rest. The commander decides to personally examine the trail to impress the assassin. The dwarf points confidently to the south. The dragon's lair is hidden somewhere among the mountain gorges. And that is Artisan's Tower over there. Oop. The commander and his followers are traversing the mountains, trying to track down the female dragon that has lately been wreaking havoc around Dresden. The dwarf leading the party approaches the edge of the cliff and points down to the ruins of a tower built upon the rock 300 feet below. Its very existence raises a number of questions. Who would dare to build a tower here so close to the demons? Why would they erect it here at the bottom of a canyon? An expert analysis of the tower structure provides the answers. Numerous features in its design indicate that the building dates back to the golden age of the Aslanti Empire.
It is several times older than the World Wound and was originally constructed on top of a mountain before the Cataclysm changed everything. The tectonic plates shifted, causing the tower to sink to the bottom of a newly formed canyon, and the mountains rose up around it like the jaws of a predator, ready to snap shut and bury it beneath the rock forever. The ancient ruins have been abandoned for ages, barely visible amidst the steep cliffs. The tower would have remained hidden had the commander's party not discovered it by following the trail of blood. The dwarf signals that it is time to descend. The alpine path leading to the tower soon splits into two directions. On the left is a rocky ledge, dangerously narrow and visibly unstable. On the right is a broad path covered in overgrown brambles and thickets. There are many poisonous plants in these mountains, some of which are so dangerous that merely touching them can lead to numerous adverse reactions. These include, but are not limited to, migraines, disorientation, vomiting, hearing and vision loss, paralysis, and even death. The commander assesses the risks and let's choose the steep path. Commander decides to take the path to the left, which descends steeply down at a dangerous angle. The loose stones among the ledge are treacherous and unstable, and one wrong step could cause a rock slide. This is a task for either a person of outstanding acrobatic talent or someone attentive and cautious. What about if I go the other way? Let's see. Which leads to thick foliage and overgrown bushes. This is most likely full of dangerous vegetation and possibly even carnivorous plants. These plants are difficult to distinguish from their less hazardous counterparts, and only a skilled botanist or a wild animal native to the area might know which specimens pose no threat to humans. Alright, land, get to it. Predictably, the path that's been chosen is full of dangers. Sinch makes a dangerous leap, dislodging the stones beneath his feet. He comes dangerously close to falling, teetering precariously before managing to regain his balance. Having witnessed such a near tragedy, his companions watch their steps more carefully, and the party navigates the remainder of the perilous trail without further incident. The path comes to an abrupt end. The recent rock slide has destroyed this section of the trail, leaving only a few footholds for those brave enough to attempt the crossing. The commander's allies hastily tie themselves together with rope, hoping to prevent a fall if anyone loses their footing. The dwarf silently indicates his mountaineering equipment. If they choose to climb down the mountain cliff, they'll be able to get back onto the path and avoid the dangers ahead. The commander... 10 or 14? Nice. The commander and his companions descend lower and lower, leaping from one ledge to another. Thanks to his combat expertise and presence of mind, Sinch does not panic or make a single mistake. He skillfully leads his followers across the treacherous terrain, and eventually they reach a secure rock ledge. I mean, it's mostly land, but sure, yeah, I'll take the talking up. With a cry of warning, the dwarf points to the sky. Giant birds of prey circle ominously overhead. Their beak morphology indicates their carnivorous nature, and their large size suggests they consider the commander and his companions to be prospective prey. It is common for them to fling their quarry against the cliffs and then feed on the carcasses. With ear-piercing shrieks, they swoop into formation and dive down to attack. Commander gives the order to 14 or 15. Scare off the birds, which suddenly gives one of the party members an ingenious idea. Nice! How did I roll? 17. Hell yeah. The party overcomes every obstacle and finally descends to the ruined tower. The mountain has been conquered and no one has fallen victim to its treachery. Now they secretly approach the unsuspecting dragon, stealthily making their way through the surrounding rocks. After leading them to the tower, the dwarf gives his newfound allies a nod of respect and signals for caution. From the tracks, I can tell that this is not the dragon's permanent lair, but merely a temporary refuge.
Step, step, step! What's in wait for me there?
Oh, there it is. Let's try to get as close as we can to the dragon without making any noise. Then we'll take it by surprise. Graber whispers approvingly. We've crept up on the toothy old lizard without her noticing us. It's a pleasure to work with real professionals. Let's get a little bit closer so we can attack when she least expects it. The dragon looms over an old elf, her vicious teeth bared in an angry snarl. You recognize his face. He is called the Storyteller. I know you're in league with those little parasites who wounded me. They sent you to spy on me. They thought I wouldn't crave the crunch of your old bones. Ha! They are wrong. I've always had a special liking for the taste of elven flesh, but I do love to play with my food. What can you offer me in exchange for your pathetic life? Perhaps I won't kill you if you manage to impress me. Something's going on there with the graphics. Don't mind it. Storyteller is pale as a ghost, but he stands strong and doesn't lose his nerve, though his voice trembles slightly as he speaks. A story. Stories are all that I have, but some of them are priceless, more valuable than any treasure. This I can offer you in payment. The dragon's eyes light up with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, she nods. I have a peculiar item on me. Its previous owner was quite sinister, so I think you'll appreciate this story. The storyteller produces a small bundle from his bag and opens it to reveal a golden signet ring. As he holds it up in his shaking hands, the old man's voice suddenly changes. His tone grows shrill and angry, taking on an exaggerated quality as if doing a mocking imitation of someone else. Everything in this throne room is so cheap and vulgar. Jamandi Aldori knows nothing about luxury. Another sorry provincial excuse for an aristocrat. And yet I must still bow my head and smile politely at these sword-wagging half-wits. These poor souls have never known anything more luxurious in their life than this real parody of a palace. I must convince them that I am at their mercy. Ha! Soon they will all beg me for mercy, but I'll see that they're given none, or my name isn't Tartuccio. Oh, it's Tartuccio. That makes sense. Oh yeah, he had the signet ring. I forgot about him. So, for context, if you haven't played Kingmaker, Tartuccio is a early enemy in Kingmaker. He's like, what happens is in the initial level, you sort of split up the party into, you have your potential party members, and then you sort of split up into two groups. You lead one group, Tartuccio leads the other group. And then he becomes like an actual, like, villain, and then it's a whole thing. I never got far enough into it to really find out what was going on. I got to book 2? I either got to book 2 or book 3. It's the part where you start off getting the dream from the Dryad telling you to, like, go to this place. I didn't get very far into it. I founded the kingdom, or at least did the initial steps, but I never killed the stag lord, but never did, like, much beyond that, just because, you know, one thing or another. I really should get back to it at some point. And look at these foolish idiots who want to become a baron. What a parade of louts. A whining, bumbling boor, more beer than face, who drones on and on. An insolent, unwashed wench carrying around a dull gardening tool as her weapon of choice. I actually don't know who that one's talking about. So the bumbling boar is the dwarf who is a follower of Gorum. Unwashed wench carrying around a dull gardening tool as a weapon of choice. That might be Amiri? Undead Sadist is... I don't remember her name, but she's the Inquisitor of Calistria. Is it Calistria or Urgathoa? Urgathoa, because she has a scythe. And, carrying an endless amount of emotional baggage from her childhood. She's actually alright, to be fair. But as for the infuriating halfling who never shuts up, and that's Lindsay. How I long to take that little journal of hers and shove it into her blabbering mouth so she'll choke on it and be quiet. Worthless creature who clings like a limpet to someone far more important. My greatest rival. A dark horse. Well, consider this entire performance dedicated to you. The old elf is out of breath, and his diminishing voice has become harder to discern. Ah, there it is. Fragments of stone crack beneath your feet, betraying your presence. With a startled hiss, the dragon turns towards you. Her giant pupils narrow to slits, and she bares her teeth as she roars. What? You again? You sent this miserable old dotard to distract me with this chatter while you sneak up on me?
Time to work.
Okay, I see how this works now. Okay, so let's just reload real quick. Take a little trip through time. Let me look at something now. King. No, don't want that. Kingmaker party members.
Let's see. Companions for Kingmaker. We have Amiri, Human Barbarian. Jubilost Narthropple. Never found him. Cantankerous Gnome Ape Alchemist returning from the original AP. Valerie is the Paladin of Shellen, Fallen Paladin of Shellen. Octavia, Wizard Rogue, and Ragongar is the Eldritch Scion, who's hanging out with Octavia. Ekundeo is Thuvian Human Ranger. I believe you pick him up at the... I want to say you pick him up at that one, like, Temple of Aristil. Knock Knock the Goblin. Harem was the Dwarf Cleric of Grotus. Tristane, Human Ecclesiarch of Sarenrae. Jaethal, Undead Elven Inquisitor of Urgathoa. Lindsay, the Bard. And Kalik / Canera, who are Tiefling Kineticists. Because of her ability Curse to swap places with her sister Canera. So there's technically 2 of them? Oh! So you have the Chaotic Good Regular Kineticist, and then Lawful Evil Dark Elementalist. That's interesting. Yeah, so I guess he was probably, Tartucci was probably talking about, not Lindsay. Amiri. Can I rest? No? Okay. So
Smile.
you are gonna...
The world's not ending just yet.
You are gonna do this. Then you're gonna... Restoration. Lesser Restoration probably would have done that too, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'll use the Lesser Restorations first. Okay, so you had Lesser Restoration prepared, right? Yes. Only 1, though. Go to you. Excellent. Cast there. Owl's Wisdom. Magical Vestment. +1 per 4 caster levels. Maximum... Oh, shield. I see. Okay, bark skin up. Let's get some fire. Resist energy. Spell magic. Thorn body. Oh shit, that was too early. Okay, you have an invisibility prepared, right? No, you don't actually have invisibility prepared? Shit.
You're a good person.
Miss me already.
I'm all ears.
Okay, let's try this again. Okay, I'm gonna load this one. Because I'm gonna have to camp out and redo my spells, amongst other things. I wish that didn't happen. I really wish it didn't, like, force me into that thing. Okay, so 2. I want invisibility. Wish I had Cat's Grace. I don't know why I don't have Cat's Grace. Okay, I can take off one of these Fox's Cunnings, I think, for another... no, I'll keep the Fox's Cunning. Okay, you prepare your spells. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it's going to be over there. Save there. Camp out. Camouflage. Don't need this. Well, whatever, let's do it anyway. Okay. Here we go again. Damn it. Okay, let's see what happens next. Oh, sick. We just wind up right here in front of the dragon. You tumble down the rocks toward the dragon amidst a cloud of dust and cascading stones. Your breakneck descent attracts the attention of both the dragon and her prey, an elderly elf who appears to be her latest victim. Grey Orb groans as he picks himself up off the stone floor, a dour expression on his face. Oh, this is a real mess. Gnorgorber doesn't favor us today. Well, and everyone's damaged too. Sick. Even better. Dragon's at full power, but I'm fully damaged. Woo. Let's try that again. Greyboard twists desperately in the air and manages to grab onto someone's hand at the last moment. More importantly, he doesn't drag his rescuer off the cliff with him. This is a remarkable feat even for an experienced climber. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's see. Everyone's in good condition. Good. I've got a quick save here and there, so I can save here as well and not be too worried about it.
I crave for adventure.
You are gonna cast... Why don't you have invisibility prepared?
You can trust me.
Oh my god. Let's go back to this one real quick. This is turning out to be more annoying than I thought it was going to be. Okay, save here. Now you are going to spell book real quick. Second level spells. There's invisibility right there. Visibility prepared. I don't know why you didn't have invisibility then.
There we go. Okay. Now let's look at your spell list, shall we? You have... What the fuck? Oh no, I know what happened. I know what happened. Wait, that doesn't make any... No, what? Okay. Okay, what I think is happening is because of the int bonus from... That doesn't make any sense, though. Like, the only thing I could think of is because of the int bonus from Fox's Cunning, it's giving him an extra spell, but it's already disabled. Okay, let's just take care of this now. Okay, now looking at your spell list. Good. Invisibility is prepared. Now let's see if I can make it through this thing. Okay, mobility failed. Shit. Don't mind me, just rewinding time every so often when I need to. Of course it's going to start failing now when I finally figured out what was going on. These are not easy checks, too. Like, my characters have fairly good stats for all of this. And it's still like it's still a total crapshoot if it works. Yeah! It did it this time. Ugh. Okay. Save.
The road calls me. I'll take the bait.
Let's do this. Give you this. Give you this. And might as well give you that.
A new follower.
Ah, thanks for the follow, Electro Raccoon. Okay, No, not that one. I want you to bark skin yourself. And also charisma up her. Do that there. Do that there. Okay.
I like you.
Here we go. Oh, right. You can also, armor yourself up, can't you? Thorn body lasts for that long. Alright, here we go. Let's try and get as close as we can to the dragon without making any noise, then we'll take it by surprise. We've crept up on the toothy old lizard without her noticing us. It's a pleasure to work with real professionals. Let's get a little closer so we can attack it when Ulysses pecks it. Oh no, it's the storyteller! What are you gonna do, storyteller? I'm gonna tell you a story. Stay quiet. Yeah, Camellia with her 34 right now. A particular item on me. The previous owner is quite sinister, so I think you'll appreciate the story.
Anything. All you people suck. Every one of you sucks, except for the undead elf. She's okay. All you people suck. I'm Tartuccio. I'm gonna stuff that book down that halfling's throat. The night will be long and bloody. The mercenaries will storm the palace and kill this useless rabble, hopefully starting with all my rivals. But they won't touch me, for I possess a token of immunity, a ring with King Irovetti's personal coat of arms. After all, it is I who must lead the expedition into the Stolen Lands, not for stupid titles or glory, oh no. Ha! Imagine becoming that fool Jamandi's bootlicker until the end of your life. No, my precious witless little soldiers will procure something a lot more valuable than a barony in the middle of nowhere. Something precious is hidden in the Stolen Lands. A wooden sword created by someone who was truly powerful. Nothing like the pathetic scraps of metal worn by these pompous outdoorsy simpletons. No, it is a true instrument of fate. It's a pity I don't know how to use it myself, but King Irovetti will pay me an obscene amount of money for it. Fortunate enough for an eternity of endless debauchery. Not to mention the little bonus he'll give me for Jamandi's venture collapsing like a house of cards. Merely a trifle, really. Barely buys you a palace in Absalon. And then... Oh, Callistra, this stinkbot with a sword has started flapping her jaws again. Why can't she just shut up? Her manners are worse than a kobold's. Be careful now, Tartuccio. Don't let anything slip around Jamandi. I hope this loudmouth gets stabbed tonight. The storyteller's voice grows louder and sharper. It's not like you're being kept prisoner. If you don't want to wait, you can always return to the mountains or whatever other place you crawled out from. I especially advise you to do so if you don't know who the Eldori sword lords are. Exhausted, the storyteller falls silent. The dragon is also quiet. She appears lost in thought, her malevolent gaze growing dazed and unfocused. Finally she speaks, her voice loud and demanding. How interesting. What happened next? Chaotic. Greybor tenses, ready to spring. He wastes no words. She's thinking. She's distracted. Attack now! I have an interesting story for you too. It happened. The dragon turns towards you in astonishment. What? You again? You sent this miserable old dotard to distract me with this chatter while you sneak up on me?
Keep your heads down.
I feel like that didn't help a whole lot. I'm gonna be real. Okay, you can delay until, like, everyone else has moved, because you're all the way at the back right now. And bombs!
Make every strike count.
And missing everything. Oh, sick. Dispel. Lovely. Okay, I want to cast... Ah, damn it.
Go for their hearts!
Ah, frightful presence.
You had your chance.
Okay, you are gonna cast... Are you serious? Okay, hold on a second. I gotta get... Okay, things are happening.
Withdraw.
What? Oh, Greybor's dead. Yeah, it looks like it's, it looks like she opens up dispelling... Also, hi, yeah. Wait, you actually killed her in one round? What? How? Okay, maybe...
The road calls me. I'll take the bait.
Invis on Greybor? Alright. He's on me. And let's just buff up Greybor a bit here. Okay, that should do it.
Time becomes distance.
Oh, okay. So I had to pick the specific option that lets me get him in there then. Alright, stealth. My name's Tartuccio. I'm gonna kill a halfling. And then blah blah blah. What happened next? Greybor to battle. The dwarf launches himself. I see. The dwarf launches himself from cover like a stone from a catapult. With a deadly science more frightening than any battle cry, he dives his weapon deep into the dragon's side just beneath her wing, where her scaled hide is weakest. The dragon lets out a deafening roar of pain. Through clenched teeth, Greybor gives a low chuckle. Good night. Oh, there he goes. Just making his way there. Yeah, I hope that was the good one. Greybor's fine. He has resist fire. It's a little bullshit that thing is triggering now, but whatever. Fail to overcome. I beg you, don't let her set the tower on fire. I must learn more about this place and study the books that are inside. Oh, she dispelled the fire resistance. God damn it.
Go for their hearts. You are today's sacrifice.
Okay, Darren, why do you not have any moves? Darren, what the fuck? Why are you staggered? God damn it, Darren. And there goes Greybor. Okay, I want to... Oh, he starts off with that. Got it. I haven't been using Darren, so I didn't actually know. You're not in cackle range. Now you're in cackle range.
I wonder what lies
Sick.
beyond.
So this is how it feels.
Is my line of work.
Sick.
Make every strike count.
Oh, just Darren is also dead for fun.
This is how it feels.
Went awry. Damn.
Endure this.
Yeah, too bad I don't have Sela anymore. Like, literally do not have Sela anymore. She just vanished off the face of the earth when I couldn't revive her. Yeah, but the touch AC doesn't help if I can't actually hit her. Okay.
I crave for adventure.
And you get the Greybor. Put that there. Reduce person. Come on. Okay, you cast.
I wonder.
How's wisdom on land? You have any spells you can use to buff people
I
up?
wonder why.
No. How about you, Darren? Anything?
Company.
Not really.
Distance.
Just save here, I guess. I don't think I've removed fear prepared, no. Yeah, well, you know, I don't even know if I have remove fear available. Greyboar to battle. Does she? Okay, well, I'll use that next time. Go, Greyboar, grow. Stab that dragon for a very minor amount of damage. Yeah. Okay, Darren, I'm just going to have you move over here. Lynn, I'm going to have you True Strike yourself, so you'll be able to attack on next round. I have Scare. Don't seem to have remove fear prepared. You can't charge it from here, right? No. Okay, so how about... Yeah, but the problem is, in order to prepare it, I have to go back through the entire sequence to get back here. So I'd have to do that after I fail. Like, and keep failing or whatever. Okay, there we go. Alright, well, there goes Greyboar. Sick. Okay, fails to overcome spell resistance. Sick. Okay, I want this. Shit!
Am I at my limit?
God damn it.
Make every strike count.
Great.
I wonder what lies.
This is a fucking terrible fight. Like, in order to prepare remove fear, I need to go all the way back here. Probably to, like... Oh, probably to this one. I need to go all the way back here, re-prepare the spells, nap, then do that whole thing. This is after I prepare the spells. Let's see, so this one... Does the arcane... Oh, that's what you mean by arcane bonding it. So you go here... where is remove fear anyway? There it is. There's Unbreakable Heart. Yeah, That's not gonna help. I see what you mean now. Alright. I don't think Darren has Unbreakable Heart prepared. He's Bless. Actually, that might be useful. Alright, let's try this. Ah. Cool, I can actually attack it this time. And miss every single one. Let's see, we got an 11. DC 40. So I needed 20 to hit. That's not happening. Three touch AC. Sick. Oh, this is an AoE attack. Cool. Or AoE effect. Oh, full round action to cast. Okay. Okay, well there goes Greybore. All feared and everything. Okay, well saving throw succeeded, so now I'm gonna cackle. Alright, here we go. Okay, he's not staggered anymore, so that's good.
Make every strike count.
Oh, seriously?
I can push through this.
On the one that I had a plus 20 on, he rolled a nat 1. Ugh.
You had your chance.
Okay, you are gonna have your saves lowered now. But it's fine because I can carry this. Yeah! Alchemist carry. Don't let the dragon get off the ground. She set everything on fire.
Keep your heads down.
Seriously? Are you guys for real? Okay, everyone get over here real quick. Darren's got to cast a big ol' heal. Healy bopper. Okay, now... Can't save, because it's still in combat. Okay.
In my way.
Yeah! I did it! Berber looks with satisfaction at the surrounding carnage. That's a job well done. You can use her head to decorate your tent. I'm going back to Dresden. It's been a pleasure working with you. I think we should continue working together. The dwarf nods politely. I'm ready to offer you my services. As you can guess, a full contract will be more expensive than a one-time job. I think 12,500 gold would be a fair price. Deal. The dwarf nods matter-of-factly. From now on, you no longer need to worry about someone making an attempt on your life. If anyone tries, I'll send them right to their grave. Nice. Amulet. Amulet, half of the pair. Cool. That's expensive. Also, that's a good question about the hex. So the question was, if Chameleon cast a hex on an enemy and then Ember Cackle, will Chameleon's hex get extended? So my thought is it probably will. Because it's sort of a... Let me look at the exact same thing here. Like, I don't think it specifies hexes you cast, right? Yeah, any creature within 30 feet that is under the effects of an evil eye hex, fortune hex, protective luck, or misfortune hex caused by the witch. Okay, so maybe it doesn't. I can test it out at some point. But it looks like it doesn't because it appears that the cackle only extends the hex from the person who's cackling.
This one was beyond me.
Well, knowledge check failed. How about this one?
I'm not mad enough to do it.
Bracers of armor. Abrupt onslaught. +5 competence bonus on trickery skill checks. That's true, yeah. Yeah, it's worth a shot. Okay, so... Knowledge Arcana DC 30, huh?
Did you see that?
Inscription is written in an archaic elven script. You recognize the words, Stranger's home, I see you, and I implore Callistra. Appears to be some kind of protective spell against thieves, but has lost its power over the years.
Step, step, step.
How big is this area? Let's see. Within the pedestal, a faint purple glow emanates from a crystal-shaped hole. Its edges are chipped and cracked, suggesting that whatever it contained has been forcibly removed. Fireball, always good. And poison. And elven notes. That's something the storyteller's going to want. Bark skin, blur.
What's in wait for me there, I wonder?
Ooh, Cat's Grace! Fuck yeah. I got a blood vial too. Changing around bonuses. Shapeshift gives polymorph, it should give size. Oh, so they made polymorph bonuses into their own sort of thing?
Step, step, step.
Because that's the way out. Let's go talk to the storyteller and then get the hell out of here before it breaks my eyes from the flickering. Like, imbuing empower and maximize metakinesis and kineticist with kinetic blade. Gives 0 burn to overlap in the fusion specialization. Well, whatever works, right?
Found what I asked you? Splendid. Let's get out of this place as soon as possible. All this smoke makes it difficult to breathe. We'll meet in Dresden. Alright, I guess we're gone.
Die.
I guess we're done here. God, what is with the lighting? Oh, cool.
Ah, a surprise.
Oh god, I'm broke again. I'm gonna have to sell more gear. What on earth? Yeah, well, I mean, I must have told the story
You
about...
step on their toes as well, you won't survive me.
To cease to exist.
Continue fighting everyone.
This was
Oh, what?
unexpected. No, is all of this blood mine?
Is there really no other way out of here than going through the... what appears to be the evil gardens? Perception checks are failing, huh?
Did we step on their toes as well?
Damn it, saved.
Make every strike count.
0 damage? 14 reduced to 0. Armor class 30. Oh, that did damage, so that's something. And it's saved. Awesome. This thing's tougher than the dragon was, I think.
You had your chance.
You won't stop us.
Endure this.
Okay, good to know. I didn't even know if this was... I thought this was the way forward. That's the only reason I'm here.
Die! Die! Die!
Oh god, there's a manticore here now, alright. Let's see, it's a 9, an 11, an 11, and a 2. I need a 19 to hit. The way you came is waypoint? Alright, well let me just get back up here.
Becomes distance.
Oh! Wait. No, that's down. Oh, it's over here or something?
Step, step, step.
That's dumb. It's moving. That unit's moving?
Oh yeah, this is nothing. I can take this one out easy. Get rid of those shears first. Oh, they're nice. Okay, okay then. That works for me. Ah, okay. So in this case, normally there would be armies moving towards Dresden to attack, but they just haven't implemented it properly yet. Alright, back to the Citadel. Alright, well, on the right side, I have now set out what I intended to do. Kill a dragon, which I did with many a struggle. But I did it, and that's the important part. And I got Greybore.
What's in wait for me there, I wonder?
I now have Greybore, which is, again, probably more important. And then I've got to go find Woljif, and they'll have flanking sneak attack buddies. I found a scabbard with your family name on it. Let's see. Irbeth looks down. This scabbard held the Solemn Hour, my family's sword. My father once fought with it, and I took it when I left home to become a paladin. Alas, it was not stolen. Parted with my heirloom willingly to help someone dear to me. Whenever you needed expensive healing, and having no other way to procure the money, I pawned my father's sword. I think he would have understood. I'm sure he would have given up everything to help the family. I hope to redeem Solemn Hour eventually. But there was never enough money, and soon the sword disappeared from the pawn shop altogether. I have no idea who took it. Seems like I'll have to part with my father's sword forever. Irbeth lovingly traces the name imprinted in silver on the scabbard's leather. My parents were loyal servants, yet it wasn't enough to earn them a title or a coat of arms. Still, however humble our name might be, it is worth something. I don't know if I'll ever see the Solemn Hour again, but at least I have its scabbard back. Thank you. If I remember correctly, in the original AP, it's not something called the Solemn Hour. It's, I think it's Radiance. Okay, so let's see. Irabeth. No, it's in Canabras, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. I'm trying to double check. Let's see, I want Emily's sword. Okay, maybe it's not that. Yeah, there it is. Let's see. Weapons latent power. So this is Radiance, a powerful sword once wielded by Yaniel, one of the World Wound's most famous heroines. Horgus is shocked to find out that Naresian Manor is a Templar safe house. He tries to cover up his reaction if he learns this, but PCs who succeed at a DC 10 sense motive check notice his surprise. If pressed, he admits that he knows Kandro Nizarian, but only if he's currently helpful will he reveal that Horgus borrowed a fair amount of money from Horgus to purchase Irbeth's sword. Let's see. Annual or accusations cut too close to truth. Radiance. I don't remember. I thought it was Radiance, but maybe I have to look at Anevia's stat block. Anevia. Let's see. Father's sword. Yeah, okay. So, yes, Radiance is Yaniel's sword, but it was also Anevia's, or not Anevia's, Erebeth's family's sword. So it was passed down to her family, and then from there she used it until she had to sell it to the pawn shop, and then Nerosian borrowed it from Horgus, borrowed money from Horgus to buy it. The intent being to actually ship it off to Dresden in order to put it in the Corruption Forge and turn it into an evil weapon. So Solemn Hour is a completely new weapon. I'm taking care of the dragon, by the way. That's one less problem to contend with. Now we can take the extra lookouts off dragon duty and reassign them more useful tasks. Excellent work, Commander. So it turns out the Queen has her head of counterintelligence watching me? I wonder why. You think the Queen doesn't trust you? If that were true, she wouldn't have put you in charge of this army. My main task is to be your advisor until you've gained enough experience as a commander. As for counterintelligence, Enevy and I were tasked with keeping an eye on your inner circle. But you're not under suspicion, Commander. You're under our protection. I have to go. Yeah, level up! Alright, so let's do this. We got level 10. So normally, if I was doing this, I would probably go for... I don't have mutagen, so feral mutagen is actually useless to me. I have no idea what this is. Acid bomb, blinding bombs. Breath weapon bomb is not as useful. What it is instead of throwing it, you turn it into a breath weapon and a 15-foot cone in front of you. It's, it doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity when you, when you throw it, but it deals way less damage. And I don't think it's compatible with explosive bomb either, so you can't use that and then also use it with, like... I actually don't know. I don't think that's... Let me check here. Is that actually a line in Breath Weapon Bomb? Let's see, Breath Weapon Bomb. Benefit. Expels a breath. Each creature within the cone takes damage as if it had suffered a direct hit from the Alchemist Bomb. So that's an important distinction. In the original pen and paper, this is why it's trash. Breath Weapon Bomb deals damage, like, maxed out, as if there was no splash, but then you can have it. In this one, takes damage as if it had suffered... Oh, no, it still does. Okay, never mind. This is something I'd want to experiment with if I ever got rebuild. Like, use this and see if that combines with... Actually, let me see, does that... this is not a starred discovery, so it should stack. I should be able to stack this with Blinding Bomb, for example. No, it's worth looking at. Force Bomb, don't need it. Yet. Holy Bombs might be useful. Right, so evil creatures that take direct hit from a Holy Bomb will succeed at a Fortitude save or be staggered on their next turn. Let's see. Normally I would take... What does Curse Bomb require? 12. Oh, Nauseating Flesh is actually really good for this one, isn't it? Nauseating Flesh is a real goofy ability. It only works in the very specific instance that you're being attacked by something that bites you. But, given how the dragon exists and all that stuff, it might actually not be a bad idea. don't have poison bomb, do I? No. Explosive bombs, cursed bomb, cognitogen, grand mutagen, grand cognitogen, grand mutagen, bomb, minification. Spontaneous healing. Spontaneous healing isn't bad. Although this would only give me 25 points of healing. 25 points of fast healing. Preserve organs might be better, because I can do preserve organs into mummification at level 12. Which makes me immune to cold, paralysis, and sleep. I don't know how much cold damage is going to show up, but I imagine paralysis will. Actually, you know what? Dispelling bombs. Utility is going to be very key here, I think. Alright. Ooh, 4th level spells. Yeah. Alright, we have greater invisibility. Cure critical echolocation. Blind sight to a range of 40 feet. Freedom of movement. 10 minutes per level. I think... I got only one of these, huh? Fort negates. Only creature in range. Touch range. Personal. False life greater. Elemental body 1. He is, yeah. So maybe mummification isn't the best choice. Which is why I took dispelling bombs. I'm thinking greater invisibility. Because if I get Wolchif back, and I have the other guy, so double sneak attack, greater invisibility seems pretty good. Oh, I got poison immunity at this level. Nice. Alright, let's level up some other folks. What do you say? Alright, Regil, you're gonna take another level on Hell Knight. Which gives you, what is this? Weapon training, double weapons. Really? True Seeing didn't work against displacement. That doesn't make sense. Alright, Social. Another level in Cleric. That's it, because you're a Cleric, which means you get every spell just natively. Nenyo! Another level in Wizard. Alright, what do we have here? 5th level spells, baby! I mean, we had 5th level spells before, too. Oh, so... displacement functions closer to... God, what's the, displacement's the one where you have, like, illusions and makes you appear slightly further away than you actually are. God, what's the other one? It's not etherealness. No. Blink. Yeah, blink is the one. That's the one that makes you ethereal. So blind fight and invisibility and stuff like that won't help because you're not actually there. You're just flickering between the prime material and ethereal planes. Acid spray, angelic aspect, animal growth. Dominate person, 10 minutes per level. Echolocation. Actually, genie kind. Old monster. Icy Prison might not be bad, but... But Nenyo does have the thing that lets them cast spells. Duh, ooh. Yeah, that makes sense. They would start getting... Oh, I get another spell. Let's go with, Let's go with the Hungry Pit. I'm using the pits a lot. Thought Sense is... You automatically detect and locate conscious creatures within 60 feet as if you possessed the Blind Sight ability. So it's a, it's useful, like, most of the time, but it doesn't work against mindless undead and, constructs. Or oozes. So it's decent, generally speaking. But Thought Sense has a lower duration than Echolocation, which is 10 minutes per level. And the important part is, Nenyo can turn Echolocation into 24 hours because I have that mythic ability that makes my abilities extend for 24 hours if they last longer than an hour. Alright, you are going to continue leveling up as a Slayer. Which means you don't get a whole lot at this level. Oh, you get its talent. Okay. Let's see. Trap Finding. Unbalancing Trick. Oh. That seems like a good one. Oh, does he? I don't actually know what he has, come to think of it. Let's go take a look at Greyboar's character sheet here. Improved 2-weapon fighting, accomplished sneak attacker, power attack, hammer the gap, power attack, martial weapon, shield, 2-weapon fighting, double slice. Ooh, double slice is a good one. Okay, yeah, so if I can get greater 2-weapon fighting, that'll work nicely. Let's see, combat trick. I cannot get it yet, because I think I need to be 16 BAB. Greater 2-weapon fighting is 11. Okay, so not yet. Oh, he doesn't have enough dex. Oh, right. Combat style? Okay. So... Oh, right there. 2-weapon combat. Shield bash. What is your dexterity? 16? You know what? That's probably fine. You're a strength boy. Alright, Lan. Zen Archer Man. Zen Archer bonus feat, Deflect arrows, combat mobility, easily through a dangerous melee. Meh. Dodge is okay. Improved critical is not bad. Choose one type of weapon. Using weapon, your threat range is doubled. And many shot. I actually don't like many shot that much, because it seems like it's a feat slot for an extra, like, 1d6 or something. So I'm going to go with improved critical for longbow. Where is it? There it is. Alright, who is next? Darren. What have you got, Darren? Another level of Oracle. Got some spells to memorize here. Breath of Life, yes please. Oh, he gets improved on Canny Dodge. That would have been useful to have in that dragon fight. Stigmatized Witch. And a new Hex. This seems pretty good. Which can cause major fast healing 5. Restless Slumber, Ward. I'm thinking Protective Luck. Major healing. I don't have major hexes yet. Or Frost Fortune. Yeah, let's go with Protective Luck. Let's see. Here we can get... How about... maximum 5d4 points of dex and strength damage. You know, I'm normally... Oh, Feeble Mind's also real strong. Drop target's intelligence and charisma scores each drop to 1. It's useful, but maybe not as useful in these situations. Let's see, I can make a trap. I could Baleful Polymorph. I think I'm going to go with Racking Ray, though. 4.5 spell resistance, but that's a lot of strength and dex damage. And as much as I'd love to use Feeble Mind, I don't think it'll be very effective in this game, specifically. Alright. And last up is Camellia. Spirit Hunter. Got a new Hex. Let's go with... Secret. Oh, Metamagic. Shaman. But I'm trying to figure out what the best one to go with here is. Ward might not be bad. I can ward myself up. +2 deflection bonus. At 8th level and 16th level, the bonus increased prior to this ward increased by +1. So I would have a +3 bonus on those things. Oh yeah, chant. Let's see, chant. Shaman can chant his move action. Any creature that is within 30 feet that is under the effects of the Shaman's Evil Eye, Fortune, Fury, or Misfortune Hex has that effect's duration extended by 1 round. So it looks like it does only apply to it, but, you know, might as well try it, right? If it does work... that'll be molto bene. If it doesn't work, well, I guess I'll have to start using other hexes. I don't actually know what other hexes I have. Slumber. Object bond. Spirit weapon enchantment. Don't seem to have any other hexes, actually. You know what? Why not? I'm not going to be using these hexes on her anyway, so I might as well try it out, and if it doesn't work, I'll just pick up a different hex next time. Probably Protective Luck. Second Spirit Mythic Feat. Air Barrier on her as Dex tank will be great. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, her Dex is not so high that I can't get away with wearing no armor. Yet. Okay, I think that's everybody, right? Yes, excellent. Okay, now I'm gonna take a nap.
Trail me.
Anything I do some stuff to dump in the chest. I picked Trickster. Trickster is my mythic pact. See, we got here the Abrasive Abrupt Onslaught. Well, that really needs to go to Woljif. That really needs to go to Woljif. Alright. Probably should have redone my spells before that. That was dumb. Yeah, boy was it. Let's go with a Righteous Might and, see, that's personal, isn't it? Breath of Life, 2 Breath of Lives, there you go. Nenyo, how about a Hungry Pit? And then I'll swap out this Shadow Evocation. I'll put that in my school slot. And then I'll get an Echolocation there. And you can get, how about Flame Strike? How about Dismissal? Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna try and head over to head in the direction of Canabras. See if maybe I can pick up my Wayward Tiefling. And then once that's settled, I probably am going to call it early today. I have not yet, no. I'm probably going to call it fairly early today, though, because I'm still recovering from yesterday and last night, and I do not feel great physically. Someone on the road. Let's get ready. Who is it? Is it Woljif?
A
What
surprise.
do we have here?
Ooh, a lot of traps.
I am helpful, am I not?
Yeah, you are. That is a lot of traps.
I hope you appreciate this.
Hail Baphomet! Hear our prayers! Accept this sacrifice, Baphomet! Curse you all! Praise be to Iomade!
It's him, the one who killed our brothers and sisters! Get to the killer, die! Woljif rises from the stone throne and halts the sacrifice with a raised hand. The cultist holding the knife over the victim and the altar stops. Woljif is wreathed in blue flame and the demonic shadow rises up behind him. Easy now, we're all friends here. This was just a little understanding. You thought you'd come across Crusaders, but they're big fans of our Lord Baphomet too. Woljif turns to you, his red eye twitching, which you interpret as an attempt to wink discreetly. Ain't that right? Yeah, misunderstanding. Hail Baphomet. Woljif's face lights up. Right, exactly. Pilgrims of the World Wound, meet the finest members of our big family. Hey there, Chief. Long time no see. Why don't we hold off on the sacrifice for now? We need to drink to this happy meeting, am I right? Yeah, let's do that. Tie that one up on the altar up again. We'll get around to slaughtering it later. The cultists exchange looks and whispers. The chief cultist lowers his knife. If the Crescent of the Abyss says so, then welcome! Make yourselves at home in the temporary camp of the Pilgrims of the World Wound. But why did you attack our brothers? I took them for common brigands. The chief cultist shakes his head and smooths visible creases from a gold-embroidered cloak. Yes, our common brothers and sisters do look a little worse for wear after their long peregrinations in the World Wound. It's a pity that such a tragic mistake was made, but when we claim victory for our Lord, all of us shall go draped in gold, that I promise you. Cultist casts a wary glance at your weapon, but passes no remarks. It is good that the Crescent of the Abyss, our beacon in the darkness, and our oracle, has resolved this misunderstanding. Relax, friends, and after, if you wish, you may join our pilgrimage. Well, Woljif, what do you have to say for yourself?
No, backwards. Backwards!
Woljif is waiting for you next to the altar, weirdly wiping the sway from his brow. Phew, I thought I was done for. I could feel it in my tail that they were going to kill me. If you ain't a sight for sore eyes, Chief. When I heard that the gargoyles hadn't got you and that you were running to show up at Dresden now, I can't tell you how happy that made me. But that night it all happened. I tell you, I was so scared I couldn't see straight. I wandered around, wondering if my chief and the rest of the gang were lying in an open field with their eyes pecked out. Woljif sighs. Even my conscience pricked a little. Thinking about how I ran. When you look at it from my side, what else was I supposed to do? The actual paladins were getting cut down left, right, and center. And then these pilgrims of the world would tell me that Dresden's been reclaimed, that there's a new commander called Singed. Well, I said to myself, there can't be two demon-slaying dynamos with that name. It must be you. So I cut my way through the circles around Dresden and I waited for you to come out. At one point I got so desperate I almost went right up to the city walls, but I thought better of it. Although an arrow in the skull would be a sight better than running in fear of Dohvahkill. Woljif sucks in a breath and keeps talking in a rush, like he's afraid he'll turn around and walk out. Do you know Dohvahkill? I don't either, but I remember the name because of what Brother Melrune yelled in the basement that time. I'm gonna tell Zamora and Dohvahkill, or something like that. Anyway, my shadow told me that Dohvahkill is that demon, and I should be scared of him because he's after the moon of the abyss. But the shadow's a whole other story. But if you want to know why I haven't come to Dresden, I need your help. It's a matter of life and death, Chief. Slow down, you're not making sense. What's going on here? Woljif lets out a breath. Okay, shut up. I won't shut up, but ask me what you want to know and I'll tell you. What was that? That was my cunning plan, Chief. Woljif's tail is whipping back and forth so fast it's a blur. Pretending to be cultists of Baphomet. Good thinking. But why did you ask me to do it? Well, we've got the crux of it, Chief. We have a secret mission here, see? To save the life of a good man. In other words, me. Well, not just me, but I'll definitely die too if these guys see something they don't like. I'll be on the altar next to that poor sap before you can say Hail Baphomet. Why did you run? Run? Me? I fought him, I did. You should have seen me. Got one right on the nose. Sent it arse over a tea kettle and it flew off. I've gotten into scrapes a fair times before. Been caught by surprise in the dead of the night more times than I can count. So that's why I leapt as quick as anything. Grabbed my knives and, well, of course, I made a run for it. What else was I going to do? I'm just a thief, a city boy. I don't go toe-to-toe with demons. Sure, I said I'd help you and all, but that was before. I didn't sign up for nighttime gargoyle attacks. What kind of idiot attacks in the middle of the night? I thought war would keep more civilized hours, to be honest. Wrong again. So apologies, Chief. But I've always ended up on the winning side. It's just my nature. You and your lot in the camp that night did not have a look of victory about you. It's not like I'd been much help. The gargoyle snatched me in his claws. Of course I decided to run. And run I did. What's your relationship with these guys? Woljif looks pensive. It's complicated. It's a story of unrequited love, really. They love me, and all I think about is how to get away from them and save my own skin. Well, you seem to have a nice little setup. Maybe I should just leave you here with your underlings? Woljif heaves a sigh. To tell the truth, I can't cool my heels here for much longer, Chief. I could have run from the family and kept running for a long time, but you don't run from Dohvahkill. He's a demon. If you don't find me first, they'll sell me out as soon as they get sick of me. I can feel it in my tail. Or else I'll end up on that altar. Woljif leans closer, his eyes gleaming. I know you, Chief. You're the type boy that all men should be praying for. When I was in the camp, all I heard was Chief this, Chief that. There's no better chief than ours. If you need to sort the demons out, call the Chief. That's what people were saying. I swear I heard it with my own ears. So will you help me? You said some shadow's been stalking you? You said some shadow's been talking to you, is that right? Not just any shadow, my special shadow. After I spent a while running around the world wound, scared out of my wits, I suddenly crept out and whispered in this distant-sounding voice. Dohvahkill, north. Dear Dohvahkill. The name was familiar because that's what Melrune yelled out, and I put two and two together. This Dohvahkill was in the north, and I needed to make sure he didn't find me. Bit by bit, I got the shadow to tell me that Dohvahkill was a demon, and that he was looking for the moon of the abyss. Who knows why? By the way, I have a couple thoughts about the moon. I'll tell you about them once we're out of this mess. Remind me why I shouldn't just kill all these cultists here and now? Because... Woljif looks around and lowers his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. They will still be useful to us if you decide to help me. And thanks for not trying to kill him as soon as you got here, by the way. Your leader's a nervous sort. He would have definitely stabbed the lad on the altar if you caused a fuss. They think they can perform all these sacrifices. Baphomet's going to appear and hand out powerful spells like candy. Alright, what do you want from me? In a nutshell, Chief, I got a bit of a situation here. One wrong move and I'm a goner. The demon Dohvahkill is in the vicinity somewhere. A good man has suffered. The cultists are animals. I just want to get out of this and make Dohvahkill back off. But without you, I have no chance. Help me, I won't forget it as long as I live. Who is Dohvahkill? All I know is that he's the demon that sent Brother Melrune to get the moon of the abyss. Now that I have the moon, Dohvahkill's after me. I'm already tired of running from him. It's going to catch me soon, I can feel it. What part of the cult is playing? Woljif glances around, making sure you're not overheard. Do you know why they call themselves the Pilgrims of the World Wound? Because they're itching to meet the big-name demons like Baphomet. It's like they're on a pilgrimage. So that got me thinking. Since they listen to me, we could lead them to Dohvahkill and mess with their heads for a bit. Say that Baphomet's been calling him nasty names. Let the cultists fight Dohvahkill for us. It'll be a riot. Cultists helping us take out the demon? Well, what do you think? I like the way you think. What good man are you talking about? Me, of course. Woljif folds up his arms. I'm a prisoner here, you know. And I suppose there's also the other feller, Deval. The one that's tied up. Kind of owe him one. He made a dumb mistake and now he's paying for it. Now don't get me wrong, I couldn't care less about that guy. He got himself into this mess. Except if it wasn't for me, they maybe wouldn't have caught him in the first place. These pilgrims kept asking me, will we have long to wait for the favors of Lord Baphomet? As though, just because I have my shadow, I should know? What am I, some kind of demon whisperer? I just put on a kind of knowing air and say to him, do as you have been doing and all the favors will come. They took that to mean they need to keep cutting people up on the altar. I tried to put them off the idea, but they didn't listen. I acted like I was discussing things with my shadow and I kept trying to hold him off, saying that the stars weren't in alignment, that raining eyeballs was a bad omen. I'd run out of ideas just before you showed up, Chief. I was already considering just letting him do it. He was a crusader after all, you know. Demons would probably get him in the end either way. It's not my fault. That's how they do things. It was either him or me. Woljif sighs and turns away. His tail is twitching from side to side in agitation. There is one other way to get both of us out, but I can't manage it on my own. I need your help. Alright, I'll help you out. Woljif's face lights up and the tip of his tail dances through the air. I always knew you were a special sort, Chief. Let's go break his horns off. We need to go to a patch of scrubland by a bend in the river. It's not far, I'll show you. Nothing interesting about the place at all, but that's where I was when my shadow came out and started pushing me back the other way. Said that Dohvahkill would find me easily there, that he'd swoop in and tear me limb from limb as soon as I popped up. I wasn't long turning away from that place, I tell you. There's just one other thing. We need to round up my lackeys and send them off on an errand. While they're gone, we can free the prisoner. No point leaving him here to be bored stiff, right? Listen up, brothers, sisters. The shadow has spoken. It says that a demon will come to a secret place, a wasteland where there are almost no trees left next to a bend in the river. We once passed by there, but we took a wrong turn and didn't find it. Yeah? Okay. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah? Yeah? Glorious day. Before we set off, I say we make the sacrifice. Let's hold off on the sacrificing. Time's a-wasting and demons are busy, you know. Leave your things and go. I must meditate before such an event. And when I'm all meditated out, I'll come and summon the demon to you.
There they go. Commander, a moment of your time. The young crusader cautiously gets to his feet, unable to believe that he is finally free. At last the day has come when those odious faces will no longer be looming over me. The cultists hid my weapons and armor somewhere. I'll find them and then take my leave of this place forever. They're over there with the rest of the stolen stuff. I made sure they didn't go walkies in the night. I hoped you'd make it out of this somehow. Thanks to your efforts, Woljif. Go, time is of the essence. If there's a demon hunting you, better to lure him into a trap and strike first. Who are you? Devil Gwenvyar at your service. Nobleman Crusader and only surviving member of my unit. What you planning to do now? Find my armor and weapons, find something to eat, and then leave this place as quickly as possible. The Crusader looks ahead with grim determination. Perhaps I will die in the wound, but I will die with a sword in my hands, not like an animal in a slaughterhouse. If I do make it out, I shall build a temple to Iomede's honor in my hometown. You're rich enough to build a temple if you fancy it? You're complaining that your parents don't give you enough money. I think we have a slightly different conceptions of what it counts as enough money. You know what? Fair enough. In any case, money is no longer a concern of mine. My life and my legacy belong to the goddess who sent you and the commander to my aid. How did you end up here? Crusader's eyes stare into the distance. Solely through my own foolishness. Because of my inability to fight like a man. I went through the crusade. I thought the crusade would be the best way to make my mark on history. I dreamt of the glory, of the respect that would be otherwise denied me as the third son of a noble family. When an officer laughed at my skills and called me an ignorant interloper, how right he was. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. My more experienced comrades died in this cursed place, one after another, but I survived. There were only 5 of us left in the end. Our hubris was gone, we were jumping at every shadow, and we still weren't cautious enough. I was the only one who survived, even after we were attacked in the night. I should have realized what was happening when the lookout went missing. Alright, see ya. Woljif! Let's swap you for you. It's been a while since I had you, Woljif. Okay, let's move these around. There we go. Thank God. Now I just need to find where I can get Sela back. Arcane Trickster. Let's see. I want to get my Dex. Alright, now we get... how about... displacement. And... oh, I want blink, not displacement. That's round per level. Yeah, that makes more sense. And haste. Now, let's see here. I want to get... do I already have accomplished sneak attacker? I think I do. Yeah, I already have it. So I probably want to get combat casting. Do I have combat casting? I do. Let's go with outflank then. Reduction lightning bolt. And battering blast. Dimension door is not bad. Greater invisibility, though. Greater invisibility. Yeah, let's do this. And we get Mythic. I think it probably gets like 2, right? Two up and fighting Mythic. Yes. No, no, he already has this because he's a rogue, so I don't need that. 2 weapon fighting Mythic is good. So let's go with... Yeah, let's go with 2 weapon fighting Mythic. And Mythic ability now. Stop over retro exchange ranging shots, bigger they are. Powerful shadows, Mythic charge, Master Shapeshifter. Magic nullification, always good. But also... Dimensional Retribution. I'm gonna go with magic immunity. Again. Magic nullification. It's just too good! It's too good!
My tail is restless.
The odds are against us. I like
Rules
that.
are made to be broken.
Alright, here we go. Alright, anything else I need to do while I'm here? There's Deval. Masterwork of Falcata.
Step, step, step.
Divine Favor, and Summon Monster 6, Axiomite or Soul Eater.
I spy. What do I spy?
Yeah, what do you spy there? Ooh, that's not bad. Magic Null's been working for me so far. Or at least it's been working well enough. Like, in the, in Dresden, when you have that part with the...
What's in wait
With
for
the,
me?
God, what was it? The shears that show up and just spam Fireball at you, it totally blocked all the moves. Let's see, it's just Baphomet Altar.
Take a look.
This is my kind of work.
Thank God I've got Wolchif again. And while I'm here... I'm gonna need to re-equip you. Braces of Armor +2. You can get this. Oh, it's an armor bonus. Right. In that case, you can get that. And these Braces of Armor 1 can be passed down to Ember. I'm not sure if it dispels spells cast on you, but it definitely was preventing, like, incoming damage from stuff like... Where am I supposed to go? There he is. Clearing by bend in a dried up river. Okay, so where is this bend that he's telling... Oh, north, right. So it's someplace up there. Bend in the river. Yeah, I'm just not sure which thing it's supposed to be in. Just gonna hit this inconspicuous camp real quick. Long name, okay. Take a look at that real quick. Once I'm done with this. Hey, what up?
Trail me.
Grunnock. Northwest of Dresden? Alright. What's your take on applied philosophy? Would you mind discussing an ethical dilemma with me? I grow tired of symposiums featuring only myself. Why not? Fine then, picture this. Imagine that there's a mortal, and you know that he is very, very wrong. For instance, he believes that people enjoy being gutted alive. Don't ask me how he came to this conclusion. He's just odd like that. But he is absolutely convinced that they love it. From time to time, he guts people just because, you know, he's really such a nice fellow. He doesn't do it because he likes it or wants to, he just loves doing good for others. So this odd, obviously made up individual, is he a villain or a good lad? Does he deserve to be executed as a criminal or rewarded for his heart of gold? First, I'd like to talk with him. Who knows? Maybe it's not him who's crazy. The kobold giggles, obviously pleased. Right, what if it's not him being an idiot? What if people actually love getting gutted? And you're the only one who doesn't know that. And then somewhere in polite society, you accidentally blurt out that a person shouldn't be gutted, and they will forever brand you as a prudish and uncultured person. But you're right. If you encounter something incomprehensible, first figure out what's going on, and then only then act. It seems like a platitude, but most people learn this lesson only right before their deaths. The kobold stops talking, his thoughts wander. And then he sighs repentantly. You got me talking and I almost forgot something important. You'll want to see this. Krynok shows you a pile of open letters. Judging by the handwriting and the paper quality, the correspondence was between several people. All of them were more than prosperous. These notes were written by very foolish folk who decided that befriending demons is more beneficial than fighting them. This is just a fragment of their correspondence. They sit in their manners in Arueshalae, preoccupied every single day with one and only one thought. How else can they hurt your crusade? They spread rumors about you. They try to block your army's supply chains. They whisper nasty things about you into the queen's ear. But despite all their influence, they're just amateur conspirators who know nothing about real intrigue. I'll make sure that these letters fall into your associates' hands. Anonymously, of course. I'm not looking for fame. If you order your advisors to make these letters public, bad people will be in enormous trouble. They'll wake up every single day with only one thought. What kind of awful food will their prison guard bring them for dinner? Where did you get that? The kobold shrugs indifferently. I just went hunting, shot a bird, and it turned out to be a messenger pigeon. What are the odds, eh? Thank you for your help. We've agreed that I would help you, so I keep my word, as any civilized kobold would. Krynok's speech falters under a bout of heavy coughing. When he's regained his breath, the kobold slumps his shoulders, exhausted, and states with regret, Damn it all. Every disease I've ever caught is surfacing now. During my travels, I spent many nights on bare, cold stone. I'm now feeling them all. Krynok considers you pensively. Trust me, any thought I share with you is not just rambling. It's knowledge paid for with my blood. It's hard-won from the caverns of the Darklands, where my tribe fled, fearing the wrath of the devils. If you wish, I can tell you about that. Will you tell me? Krynok's voice becomes low and serious. Those were bloody days. We and the Night Ruby tribe were enslaved by the Drow, the elves of the underground. It's ironic. First we fell victims to the slaves' revenge, and then ourselves fell into slavery. In the first battle with the Drow, we lost Ermac, our stern leader, who refused to bow either before devils or before the Dark Elves. The rest considered it best to submit. Our new life was harsh and filled with suffering, humiliation, and punishment. Before long, we realized that the Drow were tough masters who knew no mercy, but we hadn't gotten used to kneeling yet. Unable to resist using force, we resisted with our cunning. We spied and sabotaged. We killed the cruelest of the masters. We held other scaves asleep and thus built alliances. If we got caught, our kindred paid with blood. The Drow punished everyone, respecting no difference between the guilty and the innocent. Back in those days, I was a scout and the right hand of our new leader. He was young, careful, and subtle.
But our struggle lasted for years, with many of our kin accepting their fate and resigning themselves to being slaves. Others were tempted by devils who promised to give us back our former power. All they wanted was more signatures on the contract that doomed our souls to hell. As a result, the tribe splintered apart. The traitors gave our leader to the Dark Elves. Then came the Purge, but during that massacre, it was us, the kobolds, who killed most of our kin. I fled, wounded, without any weapons or supplies. All I managed to take with me was a case with that damned contract with the devils. After a long pause, Krennic gives you a crooked smile. So that's the end of the story. Not quite the fall of the Aslanti Empire, I admit. But even this one is even more dramatic in its own way. Maybe you should move to Dresden? Well, I'm not too enthusiastic about dwelling in densely populated locations. Places like that are usually crawling with those eager to bash in a little kobold's scaly skull. But I fully understand that you have enough important things to do besides constantly running to my camp and back. Alright, search for me in Dresden next time. But I have to warn you, I'm not going to stay out in the open. I know exactly where he's going to be. Have you heard anything about my unusual powers? Okay, I guess that text was not supposed to be there. I appear to have accidentally okay, where's the exit to this place? Is it over here? It appears that I accidentally got the dialogue for him in Dresden. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. No, I want this one. There we go. This one's there. Alright, so now... let's see, northwest of Dresden. Alright, well, time to see how Woljif's holding up after being out of the party for so long. I've got daggers I can give him, don't I? I have magic daggers.
Step on their toes as well?
Enslaved Spawn. Hunt Ghoulmaster. Or Ghoul Huntmaster.
Work of this.
Just charge there.
Time to share your treasures.
Nice. Why do I have sneak attack? I actually don't know why I have sneak attack.
You won't stop us.
Precision.
And grace. Make every strike count.
Nice.
You have your chance.
Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, who's still... Oh god, where did you guys come from? Sick. I got Dispelling Bomb. That's not going to be very useful for this.
I'll hit you.
Dominate?
Endure this.
Okay, who's... I see.
Everyone back away from Singed. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Okay, let's just do this. Okay,
The road calls me. I'll take the bait.
Okay, how do I wake him up now? 40 seconds, alright. Well, that worked out better than expected, really. Wait, how did that... Why does my magic nullification turned off? It wasn't turned off. It dominated me through the nullification?
Time becomes distance.
Actually, let's take a look here. Dominate. You know what it probably is? It's probably... I didn't realize this was not affected by spell resistance. It's probably based on spell resistance, so... Is it? Okay, so it's either that... Well, even if it is an ability, it's still technically... It's still probably a spell-like. My guess that is... Magic Nullification just gives you infinite spell resistance. Like, SLAs are still spells, so they would pass through, but supernatural abilities are gonna bypass. I'm going to bypass it. Oh, God, it's all the way over there. When you said the scrubland by a bend in the river, I didn't think he meant like that was the full name of it. Oh, I've got to set the army through, don't I? Yeah, I'm gonna need the army to get through here. Alright, let's recruit some people while I'm at it. Actually, I had a bunch of kingdom stuff to take care of too, didn't I? Okay, Darren's still distributing those things. I don't have enough materials points for this. Alright, I'll deal with that later. How long is this going to take? Did I not... Ugh. Alright, Oh, is he not? I'll have to deal with that stuff later, I guess. Okay, I feel like that is probably a good sign to stop. Oh, I see. Okay. So that was under... Was it under rank up? No. Economy? No. No. Oh, I didn't start this one either. Oh, because I don't have enough materials for it. I have enough finance points. I don't have enough materials. See, I did not start the project. I do not have enough materials points for this. Well, I might as well put Darren on this one. Still not sure why this one isn't working. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to build up my army in order to take out this thing. But let's do this first. I need to get all the way back to the throne room myself. Alright, so let's get you guys. Gotta fight. Alright, I'm gonna hit up the throne room event and then we'll call it there. I want to take care of Woljif's thing, but that's clearly not gonna happen for a little bit. You guys want to help?
Distract them from me.
Nice.
Stab you or zap you. Why not
It's
both?
your time to cease to exist. You won't survive me.
Well, that was weird. Let's see, that's a succubus. Didn't have anything.
Step, step, step.
Okay, where's the exit to this map? There's Darren just hanging out.
Quick, quick, else we miss all the fun.
There we go.
Forwards? No, backwards, backwards.
Yeah, I kind of get that feeling. They got a lot of work to do before this game comes out. Alright, let's go see what's going on in the throne room. There we are. Effects of choice. Wait, they actually told me what it did. Aberdeen. You see a Kellet around 50 years old, dressed in a doublet that looks older than its owner. Once it may have been expensive, but now it is worn and patched. A scabbardless sword hangs on his belt, covered in such a thick layer of rust that it looks more like a club.
His flushed, swollen face, spongy nose, and the dark circles beneath his eyes suggest that he is a heavy drinker. When he opens his mouth to speak, your suspicion is confirmed by the stench of stale alcohol on his breath.
So you're the commander, huh? It's a cozy place you got here. All these walls, solid furniture, solid, commendable. But I think I'll get you a medal for this.
A medal? You're too kind.
Don't mention I'm a generous soul. I'm also fair. I dish out medals, and I punish as I please. Who am I? I'm not just your average citizen.
The man groans as he straightens up, affecting a proud, noble bearing insofar as his decrepitude allows.
You'll be pleased to know that I'm Thaberdine Quintissimus Hierophantel, rightful heir to the throne of Iz and all of Sarcosis.
Everyone knows that no king has ever ruled over all of Sarkoris, and there is no throne in Iz.
How would you know? Have you been to Iz? Have you seen it with your own eyes? You haven't. If you haven't, maybe there was one. My pops used to tell me all about the throne in the palace. It was gold all over. It was encrusted with all manner of crusty things. Like diamonds and fire ants and rubies and blowballs. Couldn't take your eyes off it. That's what kind of a throne it was. And it's all mine. Mine by right.
Can you prove your claim to the throne?
Of course! We aren't just some swindlers, we have all the evidence. Here, look!
He takes the rusty sword from his belt and shows you the hilt, which features a nearly worn-off golden crest. The grinning animal it depicts most closely resembles a hairless possum.
Here, a royal smirlodon is the ancient symbol of the rulers of Sarkoris. I've also got a war on my chest in the shape of a crown. Of course I'm the heir to the throne. And for those who don't believe me, well, they can get lost, that's what I say. I'll have to go to Pelura's Fall, where all the kings of Sarkoris are buried. There my entire family tree's been written in stone. Go and read for yourselves.
You feel the idea for an incredible prank forming in your head. An insolent drunkard claiming royal blood. What will happen if you support his absurd ambitions? Pelura's Fall? What's there?
Are you deaf or what? You should drink a pine needle infusion. It'll do wonders for your ears. And your eyes, too. I'm telling you, all the Sarkorian kings are on the ground there. In mausoleums, crypts, and those... whatchamacallits. Obelisks, that's right. It's all written there about my ancestors and about me, too. Just go look and everything will make sense. For every law of the land, I'm king.
As the idea takes shape, you feel inspired. Apparently there's proof of this drunkard's claims at Pelura's Fall. Of course he's clearly lying, but what if you really went there? Mendev's got a queen after all. Why not have a fool king in your own pocket? What do you think you're entitled to?
We're simple people. We don't need much. I mean, no, that's not what I meant. We aren't simple people, not simple at all. And we need a great deal. A king's palace, a throne, lands. But all that can wait until you take back Iz and make all the demons leave. As for now, I wouldn't mind having a king's residence here in Dresden. A place to sleep and some hot food, that'd be a start.
Perfect. As you command, your majesty, I will arrange a residence for you at once. Thaberdine's mouth drops open and he stares at you with his bulging yellow eyes. Unable to think of anything to say, he lets out a loud hiccup. Finally realizing that his scheme was successful, he assumes an arrogant air.
Well, I see you weren't appointed commander for a reason. Decisions you make are wise. Yeah, I'm staying in the tavern for now. There's a roof over my head and the food isn't bad. I'll tell them you're picking up the tab. I guess I'll go and celebrate my triumphant return. You, keep up the good work. Fighting the demons and all. As soon as you liberate Iz, report to me immediately.
I want to see where this goes.
Alright, but that is where I'm going to leave it for today. I'm feeling better than I expected, but I still got a wee bit of the headache going, so I'm going to take a nap right after this. Conveniently, that's what I'm going to make my character do too. Once I get my spells all sorted. But yes. Alright, so. There we go. Alrighty, so next time. I'm thinking, let's see. Gonna take care of Woljif's problems. Gonna take care of Arueshalae. Probably in the opposite order. I'm thinking Arueshalae first, then Woljif. And I may also download the mod just to see if I can get Sela back from the Land of the Dead. Because that would be greatly appreciated if I could get that. But yeah, so that's enough of Wrath of the Righteous for me today. I'll be back with that next week on Wednesday. I had to push everything over a day because I got the COVID shot. And tomorrow is going to be Ori and the Blind Forest. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking out the game with me. And see you next time. Alright, before I go, actually, is there anyone else streaming I can raid? Let's see. Wrath of the Righteous. Wrath of the Righteous. Nope, it's just me. Alright. In that case, I'll see you later. Bye!